'cause they know they have not done very well. Yeah, the bees hustling, the bees boasting, yeah. But the cost of living got me catching hell. Yeah, they're trying to patch the patches in the roads and delivering plenty lies by the loads. They now promising beach access when all along it was causing us stress. We don't want the bees no more. We don't want the bees no more. This pause and walk back government has to go. Yeah, we saying please no more. God knows we can't take no more. These inefficient imposters have to go. Yeah, the bees running, the bees balling, yeah, 'cause their internal polling was very bleak. The bees hurting, some of them now praying, yeah, 'cause on governance they've been very weak. So we're saying bees no more. We telling the bees no more. We will use our X to settle the score. Yeah. Tell the bees to go. We can't take them anymore. 'Cause for the borrowed billions, there's nothing to show. Prime Minister, you've called the election, but you still haven't answered our questions. What's the latest on the Constitution? About the transport board, you ain't said not ton. Why your ministers can't fix the hospital? And when will we get an auditor general? What about the issue at Savvy on the Bay? And will we ever see the Hyatt building bout here? Should we hope to hear about the Hope money, or how much Carafesta cost the treasury? Yeah, yeah. Look, Prime Minister, we know that you know your administration has been extremely poor. They're trying to hold on to your coattail, a coattail that is now very frail. So bees go, please go. Please go. Please go. Please go. We just cannot take one night anymore. Yeah.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving. Yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young them's rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats and moving, jump on the DLP. Seats and moving, there we push the bus. One DLP, moving on with us. Together as one, we can take the fight. Seats and moving, the future bright. Follow with a knock your eyes on the prize. No time to waste, energy strong. We setting the pace from the block to the hill, from the coast to the town. One DLP, we can hold it down. Seats moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Young them's pushing. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
March, we are march, 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 we are march, march, march.
Cause we are marching on to progress. Time
Come sound the alarm,
and we don't care what the BLP say
or what they say we are.
and we need to fight the BLP and to
Set Barbados free.
we are
Blood, fire, comrades, and we march into victory.
everything them pop down.
We are go build back, we are go build back better than before.
Everything them take away.
We are go bring back, we are be set it right and restore.
Time come for ease off the pressure, cause
Barbados can't take no more.
we are stepping out of darkness
Into the light and kick down corruption. We are marching on to progress. Time comes, sound the alarm, and we don't care what the BLP say or what they say we are. And we need to fight the BLP and set Barbados free. We are blood, fire, comrades, and we march into victory.
everything them pop down.
We are go build back, we are go build back better than before.
everything them take away.
We are go bring back, we are be set it right and restore.
Time come for ease off the pressure, cause
Barbados can't take no more.
we are stepping out of darkness
Into the light and kick down corruption door. Jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down. March, we are march, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down, jiggy down. March, we are march. Hey, 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 hey. March, we are march. Hey, 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 hey. March, we are march.
marching on to progress. Time come sound the alarm, and we don't care what the BLP say or
What they say we are.
and we need to fight the BNP and
Set Barbados free. We are blood, fire, comrades, and we march into victory.
march. We are march,
March, march,
march. We are march,
march, march, march,
march. We are march,
march, march, march,
march. We are march.
march, march, march. We are marching on to progress. Time comes, sound the alarm, and we don't care what the BLP say or what they say we are. And we need to fight the BLP and set Barbados free. We are blood, fire, comrades, and we march into victory.
You say when labor leads, Bajan succeed. Well, here we now. This the people creed. Let go. Boy, hey. When labor leads, Bajans bleed. When labor leads, we pan we knees. When me a lead, we don't believe. Same old talk, same old scene. When labor lead, Bajans bleed. When labor lead, no room to breathe. When me a lead, we can't achieve. Tell them no, the people grieve. Say progress, but who it feed? Promise sweet, but none succeed. Small man strain can't meet he need. Tell me again who really lead. Bills climb high, hope get lean. Talk sound good, but life still mean. Every day we toil and dream, still waiting on that brighter gleam. When labor leads, Bajans bleed. When labor leads, we on we knees. When me a lead, we don't believe. Same old talk, same old scene. When labor leads, Bajans bleed. When labor leads, no room to breathe. When me a lead, we can't achieve. Tell them now the people grieve. Forward, forward, but who we trust? Forward, forward, still eating dust. Me a lead, same old fluff. We tired now, enough is enough. strong. It's time for us again. Barbados rising again. Youths, Dems and the DLP. Yellow is the code. Strong, yellow is the blood. Barbados rising again. Youths, Dems and the DLP. Yellow is the code. Ooh, the code. Ooh, the code. Ooh, the code. Ooh, the code. Ooh. Youths stand strong, yellow is the code. Barbados rising again. Youths, Dems and the DLP. Yellow is the code. Strong, yellow is the good. Barbados rising again. Youths, Dems and the DLP. Yellow is the good. Ooh, the good. Ooh, the good. Ooh, the good. The good. Stand strong, yellow is the code. Barbados rising again. Youths, Dems and the DLP. Yellow is the code. Ooh, the code.
Tell them we want change, we need change. The youth are ready and we are standing on business. We are the young Dems, a new generation. We rise and rise with the DLP. There is a brighter future for all of we. Yellow is the code, and we have the right mode. Youth in action. Youth in action. Youth in action. Youth. When a man talk truth, stand up firm and don't bow. They don't attack the message, they attacking them. So let we deal with that tonight. Hey, why they calling it rats? Cause he reliable, accountable, truthful, alright. Man stand up for the facts. Why they calling it rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency. That is the man in the house talking plain like that. Plain like that. They couldn't call you wrong, so they call you rat. Try walk up a nickname, but it fall down flat. Cause when the laws get heavy and democracy shake, he was the one saying Barbados, wait, check the mandate. He crossed the floor with principle, not looking for no fame. Truth is a lighthouse, so they targeting him. But you can't shame a man who stand up straight. He restoring accountability today. So let them speculate. Hey, why they calling the rat? Why they calling the rat? Cause he reliable, accountable, truthful, alright. Man stand up for the facts. Why they calling the rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency. He read every line, he don't skim, he don't slack it like that. Hey, hey, yeah. If truth is cheese, let me tell you so. He gonna sniff out the lies wherever they go. In committee debates or late night session, he protecting Bajans from each rash suggestion. He ain't hiding no corner, he writing the light. Calling our wrong and defending what right. They call here at well, we spell it again. Reliable, accurate, transparency, friend. Already, what that mean? Reliable, accountable, truthful. Already, what
what he bring. Reason, accuracy, R-rating, why that's sweet. Restoring accountability, they complete. R-rating, why that's sweet. Story, yeah. So when the platform talk gets salty and hot and the slogans get wild with every new plot, just ask who reading, who thinking, who checking the laws, who standing firm, not just clapping applause. They send out this mails hoping something would stick, but the man too calm, too sharp, too quick. So if rat is the label that them want to create, we owning it now. Ralph Anthony Ton, real and thorough, mate. Come on. Why they calling it rat? Why they calling it rat? Cause he reliable, accountable, truthful, R-rating, man stand up for the facts. Why they calling it rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency, the only kind of rat that Barbados respect. I like that. Why they calling it rats? Why they calling it rats? Cause he reliable, accountable, truthful, R-rating, man stand up for the facts. Why they calling it rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency, the only kind of rat that Barbados respect. I like that.
How you getting this? Hey, we all in this with Ralphie. Plus we all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, one vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. He crossed the floor, not for fame or glory. He crossed the floor to rewrite the story. The people vex, the country tight. Ralphie step up to set things right. From Christchurch East to St. Lucie, everybody know he stand for we. He watch them laws, line by line. Yeah. He said follow the law, not the head lady. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. One vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. He crossed the floor to unite the country. So everybody sing in harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey, hey. He said to the house, how you getting this? Watching the chaos, parliament in a twist. One member while another talk too fast. Ralphie step in, make sense last. The people laugh, they clap, they grin. Cause Ralphie sharp, he know how to win. The law and logic, he keep them tight. He bring order to the parliament fight. Hey, R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Hey. We all in this with Ralphie. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Stand up tall for unity. Hey. He tell the PM you head the cabinet, not the state. So respect the law before it's too late. The legal business done on the floor, not in your mind behind closed door. He cool, collected, full of class. He use the facts and bust up, she bubble fast. He shaving down falsehood, clean and neat. Ralphie drop logic on every seat. Tourism built it, bill, now this new move. Free movement by imagination to prove no legislation to pass immigration gate. Yet you telling visitors come, citizens wait. Ralphie say hold on, let's get it straight. Law before limelight, check the man take. He watching close, the people clap. Cause Ralphie catching every trap. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. One vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. He crossed the floor to unite the country. Now everybody sing in harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey, hey. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Hey. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Hey. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Hey. We all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey, hey. When the bells start twist and spin, Ralphie stepping again. When imagination start run the stage, Ralphie pull it straight. Are you getting this? We all in this with Ralphie.
Sit and moving, sit and moving. young dems rise up. We carrying the load. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Seats and moving. Jump on the DLP. Seats and moving. There we push the bus. One DLP. Moving on with us. Together as one. We can take the fight. Seats and moving. The future bright. All we don't want your eyes on the prize. No time to waste. Energy strong. We setting the pace from the block to the hill, from the coast to the town. One DLP, we can hold it down. Seats and moving, let we push the bus. One DLP, moving on with us. Together as one, we can take the fight. Seats and moving, the future bright. New ideas, fresh minds. We bringing the flame. Barbados future. We changing the game. Every street, every parish, everybody see. Young dems leading, we claiming victory. Yeah. Seats in the bus, seats in the hall. Together we rise. We answer the call. From east to west, let the people know. One DLP, we ready to go. Seats and moving, let we push the bus. One DLP, moving on with us. Together as one, we can take the fight. Seats and moving, the future bright. Oh, me out there. Who got the energy? Who we riding? Loyal peoples. Future clear, Barbados strong. One DLP, we all be on. Seats and moving, let the people see. The bus on the road, full speed we be. No stopping now, we answer the call. One DLP, one family standing tall.
Good night to everyone. Good night, Oistins. Good night, Christchurch South. Good night, Barbados. Good night to the Democratic Labour Party. Come on, put your hands together and give a loud clap unto the Lord tonight. This is the day or the night that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. So those who thought that the Democratic Labour Party was dead, maybe buried 30 feet under the earth, they've been proven wrong. Democratic Labour Party is alive. She is right. She has risen from the ashes. And she is going forth with power. Hallelujah. And all 30 candidates tonight, they will carry themselves with that relevance, with that informative information, well-researched presentations. There will be decency and good manners on these platforms, and they will address issues. Father, tonight we lift you up. You said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men, Jesus. Therefore, we lift you up tonight in this place. We lift you up over Barbados. We thank you for your presence under this open heaven. And we pray that under this open heaven tonight in Oistins, you will release your power. You will release your glory. Men and women will see a demonstration of your presence. I pray your anointing upon the proceedings. I pray for all the 30 candidates and the opposition leader, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, and all the other 29 with him. I pray, God, that you will continue to keep your hands upon them as they go forth. Thank you, Lord God, that they will be good representatives of the affairs of this nation. They will address those issues, and they will also state what they will be doing for a better Barbados, because we want Barbados to be a preferred place to live, to work, to do business, to raise our family, to see our children educated. We'll go towards those things. I pray tonight that you will manifest yourself, and I pray you cover every candidate, and even in their spot meetings as they go forward towards February the 11th. We pray for resounding success. We pray for your guidance. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for the spirit of relevance, inspiration. We pray, Lord God, as we wait on you and as they depend upon you, as you said unto Zerubbabel, it's not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord. I pray they will wait on you and allow you to guide them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the blessed Holy Spirit. Have your way tonight and for the rest of these meetings. Amen. Amen. Shout yes. Give God some praise in this place. Feel like preaching.
Good evening, Barbados, and we're your MCs for tonight.
I'm Dr. Elvis Wickham.
And I am Janine Butcher. Oistins, are you ready? It is so good to see you here at tonight's presentation of the candidates.
When I say Barbados, you say first. Barbados? First. Barbados?
That's what we're talking about. Tonight is about people. Tonight is about purpose. And tonight is about Barbados. As Elvis said, when we say Barbados, you say first, Barbados? First. Barbados!
Barbados first means people before politics. Communities before private connections. Future. Our future before favor.
Now, Barbados, listen up. Each candidate will now be introduced to you. Each candidate will enter with supporters. And each candidate will walk this walk and talk the talk. We now go over to Sue, who will do it for you, the moment that you have been waiting for.
Good night, everybody. Good night. We are proud to introduce the Democratic Labour Party candidates for the 2026 general election. Ian Richard Griffith, Funeral Director, Community and Sports Administrator, candidate for St. Lucie. Ian Griffith.
Mom says, as much as I would like to wiggle my nose and say let there be pipe, it takes time for them to lay pipe. Mom, like she think we stupid or we bewitched. So this time, we gon' switch. Phillips got VVEX, VVEX, VVEX. Cannot get VX, VX, VX. Phillips got we vex, we vex, we vex. Cannot get VX, VX, VX. We gon' shift to breath, we gon' shift to breath, we gon' shift, 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 shift to breath, we gon' shift to breath, we gon' shift to breath, we gon' shift, 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 shift to breath. I am the only female parish, but the way he treated me like he don't like Lucy, propose everywhere like the man just don't care. Tell him move, make room, cause we shifting to breath. Yeah, we voting for breath. Tell him move, make room, cause we shifting to breath. Yeah, we voting for breath. Phillips, cause we vex.
Ian Richard Griffith is a respected funeral director, businessman, and community leader whose life's work reflects compassion, professionalism, and service. A proud son of St. Lucie, he brings to public life a deep respect for people, tradition, and community trust. Educated locally and professionally trained in the United States in funeral directing and mortuary science, Ian returned home to continue his family's legacy. Following the passing of his father, he assumed leadership of the family business, strengthening its role as a trusted community institution. His professional life has instilled a deep appreciation for dignity, empathy, and care, values that define his leadership style. Beyond his profession, Ian has contributed extensively to sport and civic life, serving as president of the Youth Milan Football Club and as an administrator in motorsport. He currently serves as president of the Barbados Association of Funeral Directors, working to elevate standards and ethics within the industry. Steady and compassionate, Ian Richard Griffith stands ready to serve St. Lucie and Barbados with experience, care, and commitment.
All right. Good night, DLP family. No, that didn't sound good at all. We didn't come from St. Lucie to hear that. Let's try it again. Good night, DLP family. That now sounds good. So I'm glad to be here tonight, to be with this wonderful team of candidates, and most of all, to be with our leader, Ralph Torn. We want you all to support this DLP as we head into the next elections, and we are going to head into the elections with vigor to come out a winner. Continue to enjoy your night. One love.
Since I'm moving, one DLP. Since I'm moving, since I'm moving, since I'm moving, since I'm moving, one DLP. Since I'm moving, since I'm moving, yellow is the color.
Our next candidate, Jason Adrian Phillips, and attorney at law, educator, community advocate. Jason Adrian Phillips is an attorney at law, trained graduate teacher, and long-standing community advocate with more than 2 decades of service in education and public life. For 26 years, Jason served as a teacher across primary, secondary, and special needs education, shaping not only academic outcomes, but character and confidence. This experience anchors his belief that strong societies are built through consistent care for children and families. As an attorney at law, he has represented individuals and families in civil litigation, property and insurance matters, approaching his work with integrity and compassion. Regarded as steady and principled, Jason Phillips stands ready to serve with fairness, empathy, and a commitment to people-centered progress.
The people are saying Peter talking, and they saying it loud and plain, that they ain't voting for that boy Colin Jordan again. The beast controlling the parish, but development we can't see. So this election we changing course, we switching to the DLP. We going with Jason. We going with Jason. We going with Jason. Phillips, he's the man. We going with Jason. We going with Jason. We going with Jason.
Good night, Barbados. I said, good night, Barbados. That's much better. I bring you greetings from the good people of St. Peter. And we are going to demonstrate that the Democratic Labour Party, it is ready, it is willing, and it is able to take this government under the leadership of Ralph Anthony Thorne. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate, Ramon Goodman, representing the parish of St. Andrew, an insurance and risk management professional. Ramon Goodman is a professional with more than 20 years of experience serving individuals, families, and businesses across Barbados. Currently an insurance agent at BB Insurance Brokers, Ramon has previously worked in senior claims and advisory roles at BCIC, Sagicor Life, and Bryden's Insurance. He is recognized for reliability, clear communication, and practical problem solving. He holds professional designations in insurance and enterprise risk management and has supported small business development through mentorship and volunteer management. A former national youth cricketer, Ramon values discipline, teamwork, and community connection. Grounded and dependable, Ramon Goodman stands ready to serve with steady judgment and a genuine commitment to helping Barbadians navigate risk and opportunity. Standing ready to serve from the parish of St. Andrew, Ramon Goodman.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Oh, John bless, I say no man curse. Things getting better.
Good night, Barbados. Good night, Christchurch. We are prepared. I want to say a special good night to the most beautiful constituency in Barbados, the St. Andrew constituency. As you heard in my bio, I am a serviceman. I am here to serve. I want the people of the St. Andrew constituency to use me. Use me. Lots of issues with the infrastructure in the beautiful constituency of St. Andrew. I will address them in a serious way. Community centers, null and void. We gotta get back into the community and build out. I am the face of that. I am the face of the light at the end of the tunnel. To the people of the St. Andrew constituency, I truly love you unconditionally. Good night.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate, Randall Rouse, representing the parish of St. Joseph, businessman and community advocate. Randall Rouse is a businessman and committed community advocate known for his consistency, presence, and loyalty to the people of St. Joseph. His public life has been defined by persistence, practical service, and long-term engagement. As a successful businessman, Randall understands the realities facing working Barbadians, meeting payrolls, sustaining livelihoods, and managing uncertainty. This experience grounds his people-centered approach to representation and informs his advocacy on opportunity, fairness, and quality of life. Randall has contested multiple elections in St. Joseph, not as a fleeting ambition, but as an expression of commitment to a constituency he believes deserves visible, consistent representation. Importantly, he has remained active between elections, continuing to raise concerns and support residents. He has been particularly vocal on infrastructure, access to services, and rural development, earning a reputation as a strong voice for communities that feel overlooked. Approachable and dependable, Randall Rouse stands ready to serve with practical experience, persistence, and an unwavering commitment to ensuring St. Joseph is never forgotten. Standing ready to serve from the parish of St. Joseph, Randall Rouse.
St. Joseph has been neglected, the evidence is everywhere. The incumbents have shown us clearly that they do not really care, because they have had many chances to improve this constituency, but they took the people for granted and have squandered the money. So we going with Rose, Rosie. We going with Rose, Rosie. We going with Rose, Rosie.
Oistins, good night. To my DLP family, good night. I am the candidate for the constituency of St. Joseph once again. And it is my intention to bring home that seat for the Democratic Labour Party. All the neglect that we have been served over the years got to come to an end. And once again, Mayor Motley or Bajan Trump have sent her team up. Well, let me tell her something. Let Ryan come, let Tal come, let Vonnie come, let all of them come. Are you ready for them this time? Ladies and gentlemen, let us join together as one and win this general election on February 11th, 2026. I thank you all. Good night.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in more.
Our next candidate is Rolrick Hines. Just 1 minute. I got Paul. I have Paul. Paul Gibson. Our next candidate will be Paul Gibson, represented the constituency of St. James Central. Paul Gibson is a pharmacist, business executive, and certified leadership coach with over 30 years of experience across healthcare and regional business operations. Professionally trained in pharmacy, Paul has held senior leadership roles across the Caribbean, including managing director, general manager, and chief executive officer. His work has involved leading teams, managing complex portfolios, and guiding organizations through growth and change. Beyond corporate leadership, Paul has served on national boards, including the Barbados Investment and Development Corporation and professional bodies within healthcare. He is also a John Maxwell certified coach, reflecting a strong commitment to mentorship and people development. Guided by the belief that the gold is in the people, Paul brings steady leadership and strategic insight to public life. He stands ready to serve Barbados with experience, clarity, and a focus on empowering others. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. James Central, Paul Gibson.
St. James Central! If you want people over politics, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want visionary leadership.
Good night, good night, good night. When I look across this crowd tonight, this large crowd tonight, I see a lot of yellow. You look like a ray of sunshine. And if it's one thing I know from my science, is that light dispels darkness. And you are the light tonight. You are shining tonight, shining bright. And we will continue to declare and to shine our bright light to remove the darkness that has come over this nation. We are here tonight to say very clearly that we will bring the light and the life back to Barbados. The energy I feel in this crowd, the energy I feel in this place is amazing. And it is spreading all across Barbados. Greetings from St. James Central. My name is Paul Gibson, your candidate, and I'm here to serve the people of St. James Central. God bless you. Thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Pedro Graves, representing the constituency of St. James South. Pedro Graves is a financial services executive, community leader, and sports administrator with more than 20 years of professional experience. His leadership is defined by accountability, steady management, and service. Professionally, Pedro serves as a regional manager in the financial services sector with experience spanning finance, marketing, digital transformation, and governance. He brings a results-oriented approach grounded in transparency and sound decision-making. He has contributed extensively to sport and youth development, serving as a director of the Barbados Cricket Association and as a shareholder representative to Cricket West Indies. Within the BCA, he has chaired committees focused on women's cricket, education, and athlete development. Pedro has served in community organizations, including the Parish Independence Committee and Wildy Sports Club. His service has been recognized with the Pride of Barbados Award. Nominated by his branch to contest St. James South, Pedro Graves stands ready to serve with experience, integrity, and community-centered leadership. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. James South, Pedro Graves.
Oh, yo, 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 yo.
Eddie is the man,
He is ready and steady,
listening with care.
serving with integrity.
So St. James South, let we go.
Vote Pedro,
Vote Pedro,
vote Pedro,
vote Pedro.
vote Pedro.
Vote Pedro. Vote Pedro.
Good night, Oistins. Good night to all Barbadians here and abroad. Good night, St. James South, those here and those watching online. The time has come where you have to stop begging for things in this country. That is what this current administration have reduced us to. Had not for Comrade Leader Ralph Thorne, we will not know about the levels of corruption in this country. We will not know about all the oppressive legislations that they have brought to us. But I say to you tonight that a vote for the Democratic Labour Party is a vote for all of you, for all of us. And to St. James South specifically, I say that I will be visible. I will be approachable. I will be solution-oriented. I will not pick and choose. And I will deliver. So together, St. James South, together, Barbados, hold each other's hands. Hold the hands of the DLP and rescue this nation. Barbados first.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving.
Our next candidate is David Walron. David Walron is a respected educator, entrepreneur, and community leader with a lifelong commitment to service, volunteerism, and national development. Born and raised in the Bel Air community, David's leadership is grounded in deep community roots and decades of hands-on involvement in youth organizations, cultural groups, and civic initiatives. From the age of 12, he has been actively involved in the Bel Air Seventh-day Adventist Church, later serving on its board of directors and earning a reputation for integrity, mentorship, and service. A trained educator, David taught at both the Garrison Secondary School, Graydon Sealy, and St. George Secondary School, contributing to student development and workforce preparation. He is also a seasoned entrepreneur, having owned and managed A-Class Printing for 10 years, and continues to lead entrepreneurial and consultancy ventures focused on business development and sustainable enterprise. At the national level, David served as a consultant to the Ministry of Agriculture, gaining recognition for his work on initiatives to eradicate the giant African snail. He has also been actively involved in disaster management training and public sensitization for over 2 decades. Guided by the principles of servitude, pride, and industry, David Walron remains dedicated to empowering people and strengthening communities across Barbados. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. George North, David Walron.
Good night, Oistins. Good night, Barbados. And a special good night to the constituency of St. George North. Tonight, I want to say to you that this election is an election of elections. This is an election that we must go out and serve notice to this government. We cannot make any mistake on this one. Otherwise, we would have signed our certificate to more hardship. There are much more hardship will come our way. So this is an opportunity for all of us who are feeling the hardship, who are suffering by all these taxes, these 40 new taxes that came since 2018. This is an opportunity for us to serve notice to this government that we are not satisfied with their tenure. We're not satisfied with what they're doing to us. So, Oistins, Barbados, St. George North, I love you. Good night.
Our next candidate, Felicia Dujon, representing the constituency of St. George South. Felicia Dujon is a respected advocate for education, children's rights, and social justice. As fourth Vice President of the Democratic Labour Party and spokesperson on education, she has placed the well-being of children and families at the center of national debate. She is known for her principled advocacy on school safety, child protection, and equitable access to quality education. Felicia has consistently called for accountability, transparency, and proper scrutiny where policies affect families. Her engagement extends beyond Parliament into communities where she works closely with parents, educators, and advocacy groups, listening, explaining, and supporting. Felicia's leadership is calm, courageous, and compassionate, grounded in the belief that safeguarding children is a national responsibility. She stands ready to serve with clarity, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to Barbados's future. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. George South, Felicia Dujon.
You deserve better. Yeah. Vote Felicia. You deserve better. Yeah. Vote Felicia. You deserve better. Vote Felicia. You deserve better. Hit, hit, hit.
Good evening, Oistins. Good evening, Barbados. And special good evening to my constituents of St. George South. My name is Felicia, and I stand here to serve you. But most importantly, I want you to walk with me. I want you to come forward as we try to change the trajectory of this country for our children, for the disabled, for mothers and fathers, and persons within our communities that are most vulnerable. Barbadians, this is your time. This is your time, Barbadians. The bell has been rung, but this is our election. This is the people's election. You need to come out and vote. We will vote for our children. We will vote for our grandparents. We will vote for our youth. We will vote for every single member of our society. And we will remain resolute. We are not afraid. You know why? Because the Democratic Labour Party is here. And we have always stood on the side of the people. So this election is the people versus the government. It is the people versus the government. And the Democratic Labour Party is on the side of the people. St. George South, from Greens to Ellington, to Workman's, to South District, to Dash Valley, come forward. I am here to walk and stand with you. I will not let you down. I will make you proud. Representation is about showing up. And you know Felicia Dujon will show up for you. So stand in line and come forward and walk with me. Because forward with Felicia means forward against corruption. Forward with Felicia is forward for better schools for our children. Forward with Felicia means a decrease in crime and violence among our youth. Forward with Felicia means better roads and infrastructure for our people, better drinking water and access for our people. To my constituents, I am here and I will stand with you. And you know, Felicia Dujon, I am never scared. Good night, and you take care.
Sit and moving. Sit and moving. Sit and moving. Sit and moving. One day I'll pay. Sit and moving. Sit and moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in more. Young them's rise up. We carry in below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Sit and moving. Jump on it.
Our next candidate is Simon Clark, and former national cyclist whose discipline and resilience now shape his commitment to public service. He began cycling at the age of 6 and went on to proudly represent Barbados at the Central American and Caribbean Games, Pan American Cycling Championships, and Caribbean Cycling Championships between 1998 and 2013, earning multiple national titles and competing on the regional and international stage. Following his athletic career, Simon pursued legal training at the Barbados Community College, the University of the West Indies, and Hugh Woodin Law School, building a legal practice grounded in strategic problem solving, clarity, and client-centered advocacy. Deeply committed to civic engagement, Simon believes accessible justice, transparent governance, and active citizen participation are essential to national progress. He is especially passionate about empowering young people through sport, education, and opportunity, while also advocating for improved infrastructure, reliable public services, and sustainable economic growth in St. Philip North. Simon Clark stands ready to serve with focus, integrity, and leadership. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Philip North, Simon Clark.
Stand with Simon, we walk with Simon, we've walked. These streets we've heard your call, from every corner and every hall. A steady and a cleaner plan, Simon Clark will lift us all. No more waiting, no more doubt, time to turn the page and shout. Stand with Simon, your voice for the future, make the choice, hope in action, hearts aligned, forward together. Simon Clark jobs that last in schools that shines, home
those that hold our dreams in line, a leader who will listen close.
Good evening to my Democratic Labour Party family. Good evening, St. Philip North. Democratic Labour Party, are we ready? These are showers of blessings. Are we ready? It is time for real leadership. Leaders who will put the well-being of Bajans first. St. Philip North constituents, I will be there for you. I am asking you to come out on the 11th of February. Come out early and vote. A vote for St. McClure is a vote for the Democratic Labour Party, is a vote for Barbados. Let us build St. Philip North back to the St. Philip North that we are aware of, that we know. Let us build St. Philip North that where no one will be left behind, that no dreams will be out of reach. Democratic Labour Party family, who are we rolling with? Who are we rolling with? Thank you and good night.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Neil Marshall from the constituency of St. Philip South. Neil Marshall is an attorney at law, educator, and community advocate with deep generational roots in St. Philip. With family ties spanning 4 generations, his perspective on development and representation is firmly grounded in continuity, balance, and local identity. Educated at Coleridge and Parry School, the University of the West Indies, the University of Manchester, and the Hugh Wooden Law School, Neil brings academic rigor and professional discipline to public life. He has served as a Justice of the Peace and on statutory boards, including the National Insurance Scheme and the Urban Development Commission. As a lecturer and tutor in politics and government, Neil has contributed to civic education and national understanding. His vision for St. Philip centers on balanced development, ensuring economic growth benefits residents while respecting the parish's rural character. He advocates for responsible coastal and commercial development, support for local entrepreneurs, and the strengthening of community and sporting organizations as tools for cohesion and crime reduction. Neil Marshall stands ready to serve with clarity, experience, and a deep commitment to sustainable development and people-centered progress. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Philip South, Neil Marshall.
Just turn to the Dems. Just turn to the Dems. We are here to save you from mayhem. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David, and Simon. So we taking all 3. We taking all 3. All 3 of the St. Philip constituencies. We taking all 3. We taking all 3. We ain't leaving none for our BB. Our democrats.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the constituency of St. Philip South. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crossroads in this country. We are at a crossroads where you have to make a decision come the 11th of February. And that decision, there is only one decision that you have to make. And that is to support each and every candidate of the Democratic Labour Party, ably led by Ralph Dorn, our leader. It is about time that the rot that has set into this country is brought to a halt, and the Democratic Labour Party assures you that it has the skills, the intellect, and the ability to bring some sort of normalcy back to this society. So, ladies and gentlemen, together with my colleagues, we can assure you that we will do that for the people of Barbados. The people of St. Philip, which includes St. Philip North, West, and South, you can rest assured that together with the other two candidates in that parish, that we will serve your needs as is necessary and bring economic justice to each and every household that there is out there. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your support tonight.
Sit and moving, sit and moving, one day I'll pay. Sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, one day I'll pay. Sit and moving, yellow is the code, determination in mode, young them rise up.
Our next candidate is Dr. David Estwick, representing the constituency of St. Philip West. Dr. David Estwick is a medical doctor and experienced public servant whose career bridges professional practice and senior national leadership. His entry into public life was driven by a clear interest in how policy, governance, and economic decision-making directly affects the well-being of Barbadians. Elected to Parliament in 2003 as the member for St. Philip West, Dr. Estwick served through periods of economic transition and institutional reform. During his time in government, he held senior cabinet responsibilities, including Minister of Economic Affairs with responsibility for economic development, trade, industry, and innovation. He later served as Minister responsible for agriculture, food, fisheries, and water resource management, overseeing portfolios critical to food security, sustainability, and national resilience. In these roles, he represented Barbados in regional and international policy discussions and contributed to long-term planning in areas vital to small island states. Known for his analytical and policy-focused approach, Dr. Estwick brings institutional knowledge, experience, and informed judgment to public life. He stands ready to serve Barbados with steadiness, clarity, and a strong commitment to national development. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Philip's West, Dr. David Estwick.
Just turn to the Dems, just turn to the Dems. We are here to save you from mayhem. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David, and Simon. So we taking all three, all three of the St. Philip constituencies. We taking all three. We ain't leaving none for our BB. Our democracy is under threat. And if we don't make a change now, we regret. Right before our very eyes, the facts we cannot ignore. The rule of law has gone out the door. And we're seeing Trump-like behavior that is not good for this.
Let me say how wonderful it is to see all of you here this evening. And again, it's a distinct honor and a pleasure that the Democratic Labour Party
has fielded such a wonderful team of candidates that we are going to be successful in the next general election. And I want all of you to remember this. We have an election to win. The Barbados Labour Party can open their mouth and talk morning, noon, and night. But there has been a dismal failure in Barbados. There is nothing that has worked. Nothing that has worked in this country. And I'm telling you, you have a man in Ralph Thorne, a decent man, a man I can assure you that will stay in Barbados and do the work on behalf of you. He is not going to be all about the world like Joe Heatmere, all about following and talking a whole bunch of rubbish all about the place instead of dealing with the basic things for the people of Barbados. And that is why I am going to stand up here tonight with all of my colleagues, and we're going to defend the Democratic Labour Party, and we're going to get rid of them. They can put me tonight on TikTok. They can put me tomorrow on Facebook. They can put me tomorrow in the meta universe. I don't care. I'm with the Democratic Labour Party, and I'm going to fight all of them. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll go. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll go. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young them rise up.
Our next candidate is Pedro Shepherd, representing the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. Pedro Shepherd is a veteran educator and trade union leader with nearly 4 decades of experience in teaching, labor relations, and national leadership. His public life has been defined by advocacy, fairness, and service. A trained graduate teacher, Pedro has served as president of the Barbados Union of Teachers and first vice president of the Congress of Trade Unions and Staff Associations of Barbados. He currently serves as Assistant General Secretary of the Congress, advocating for workers' rights and safe workplaces. His leadership extends into youth development and national service through roles with the Young Democrats, Barbados Leaders Council, Rural Development Commission, and Barbados 4-H Foundation. Pedro believes strongly in servant leadership and collaboration. Known for his calm negotiation and principled advocacy, he brings steadiness and experience to public life. He stands ready to serve St. Michael Southeast with integrity, balance, and commitment to people first governance. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael Southeast, Pedro Shepherd.
Yeah. St. Michael Southeast, rise up now. Pedro Shepherd. Yeah. By the morning's light, he's already on the road, heart full of care.
Good evening, Oistins. Good evening, Thornbury Hill and all the surrounding areas. Good evening to Barbados. It is indeed a 2008 bin we played here tonight. This crowd is a winning crowd. This is the crowd that will see Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party walk up the steps of Parliament. This is what I want to see. A sea of yellow in Oistins. And as we move across Barbados, we expect to see these crowds growing. We are on the move. I have 20 seats and moving. In 2008, I was in the audience. In 2026, I am seeing the audience. Barbados First, or BIM First, is not just a slogan. It is a commitment of the Democratic Labour Party to put our island and the people of Barbados first. We are committed to honest voices, transparent governance, and accountable leadership under the next Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honourable Ralph Thorne. Tonight, I stand here with my DLP family, and I'm very proud to do so. I stand here as part of the winning team that will restore fairness, values, integrity, and justice to Barbados. Let us march together to victory with hope in our hearts and determination in our souls. Let us show Barbadians and the world that the Democratic Labour Party is back, stronger and more determined and ready to serve from inside of the Parliament. Seats and moving. God bless all of you. God bless the DLP. Good night.
Seats and moving. Seats and moving. Seats and moving. Seats and moving. One DLP. Seats and moving. Seats and moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young dems rise up. We carrying below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Seats and moving.
Our next candidate is Andre Worrell, representing the constituency of St. Michael Central. Senator Andre Worrell, JP, is an organizational leadership specialist and parliamentarian with extensive experience in workforce development and public service. He has served as country manager of a leading human resource consulting firm and held senior roles within the Democratic Labour Party, including president. Andre previously served as a senator from 2010 to 2018 and was reappointed in 2024. He is known for clear, practical contributions that explain how legislation affects everyday Barbadians. Internationally, he has represented Barbados in parliamentary assemblies and holds a professional certificate in parliamentary governance. Steady and principled, Andre Worrell stands ready to serve with experience, institutional knowledge, and a strong sense of duty. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael Central, Andre Worrell.
Andre Worrell, DLP family, let we go. Let we go. Tara, move aside. People ready for a better life. Every time you go the shop price raise up, it can't stop. Bills higher than the hillside. Payday come and it still feel tight. People pressure, real frustration.
We are ready for February the 11th, and the Democratic Labour Party is coming strong. We are coming bold, and we are ready to rescue the people of Barbados. And I want to say to all of the St. Michael Central people, I am looking forward to your support. I am looking forward to working with you. We have a plan. We have a mission. We recognize that you are concerned about the cost of living. We recognize that you're concerned about the crime situation. We recognize that you're concerned about the loans that have been borrowed and not even a small low-income house built in this country. But the Democratic Labour Party, with our leader Ralph Thorne, will fix that for you, because Barbados comes first. Our people come first, and we are ready to serve. We are ready to correct the wrong, and all you have to do on the 11th of February, go to the polls and vote. Go to the polls and vote. And vote yellow. Vote Democratic Labour Party. Vote Andrea Worrell in St. Michael Central. And for every single Democratic Labour Party candidate across Barbados, if they give you something wrapped up in red, it is okay to wear red and vote yellow. The Democratic Labour Party, we mean business in 2026. Democratic Labour Party, BIM first.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll go. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll go. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young dems rise up. We carrying the load. Future in we hands. Barbados we sing.
Our next candidate is Ensley Granger, representing the constituency of St. Michael East. Ensley Granger is an attorney at law and former senior police officer whose life reflects discipline, service, and commitment to justice. A lifelong resident of St. Michael East, he brings a deep community understanding to public life. He served over 3 decades in the Royal Barbados Police Force, rising to station sergeant and earning respect for integrity and professionalism. His experience as a court prosecutor inspired him to pursue law, recognizing the need for balanced justice and rehabilitation. Ensley earned his law degree from the University of the West Indies and the Hugh Woodin Law School, and was called to the bar in 2020. He now operates a general law practice with emphasis on criminal law. Grounded in faith and family, Ensley is known for fairness, compassion, and accountability. He stands ready to serve with experience, steadiness, and a people-centered approach to justice and community safety. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael East, Ensley Granger.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We need Granger, 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 Granger. We need him now more than ever. He puts people before politics. Honest talk, no childish tricks. Every election, the bees are predictable. They always come to mislead our people. They've destroyed our sweet country and ignored criminal activity. They throw money.
Good night, Oistins and the Democratic Labour Party. I bring you greetings from the beautiful constituency of St. Michael East. And I say to you, Democratic Labour Party, St. Michael East is coming home.
Michael East is coming home for the Democratic Labour Party. Your presence here tonight is not of comfort, but it tells me that you are dissatisfied with the way that the Barbados Labour Party is taking this country. I want you to know that this country is in the hands, in the clutches of Mr. Harding. And Mr. Harding strives when the Barbados Labour Party is in office. But you know that when the Democratic Labour Party rise, the people rise. And when the people rise, Barbados rise. I urge you tonight to go out in your numbers and rise with the Democratic Labour Party to bring justice, a more equitable society, and a more prosperous Barbados. Good night, and God bless you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Jamal Sandiford, representing the constituency of St. Michael Northeast. Jamal Sandiford is a disciplined and forward-looking young Barbadian leader whose experience spans skilled trades, creative industries, and grassroots political engagement. He brings to public life a grounded perspective shaped by hard work, teamwork, and direct engagement with people. At 17, Jamal completed his studies in culinary arts at the Barbados Vocational Training Board, graduating as the 2018 valedictorian. He later earned a level 5 CVQ and became a silver medalist in the World Skills Barbados program, reflecting technical excellence and commitment to his craft. Jamal has worked as a chef in leading hotels and restaurants, gaining experience in high-pressure environments where accountability and performance matter. Alongside this, he developed skills in photography, music, and event promotion, including work as a DJ locally and internationally, keeping him closely connected to the realities of everyday Barbadians. His political journey began through grassroots canvassing in the 2022 general election, leading to service as a vice president of the Young Democrats and chairman of the St. Michael Northeast branch. Grounded, people-centered, and solution-focused, Jamal Sandiford stands ready to serve with energy, discipline, and a commitment to practical progress. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael Northeast, Jamal Sandiford.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young guns rise up. We carrying below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Barbados. Good night, DLP family. Good night, DLP Massive. The time you are ready for is finally here. We have the chance to retake this country. We have the chance to get rid of this failed government. Are you ready to get rid of this motley-led administration? Because I am ready to represent St. Michael Northeast. Since 2022, I've canvassed this constituency, and I know this one thing. The grass get taller, cost of living get higher, we got less jobs, and it can go on for the rest of the night. And the truth is, I saw it, and because I was not in office, there's very little that I could do. I'm so glad for the opportunity with the leader, Ralph Thorne, and the Democratic Labour Party to represent St. Michael Northeast. It is time for youthful leadership. It is time for new Kool-Aid. We done with the red Kool-Aid. And behind Jamal Sanford is the DLP Massive with the leader Ralph Thorne. So on the February 11th, come down to the polls and represent yellow, represent the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you and good night.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Damian Fanas, representing the constituency of St. Michael West. Damian Fanas is an attorney at law with experience across law, education, sport, and youth development. His leadership is shaped by discipline, professionalism, and a strong belief in service. A graduate of the University of the West Indies and the Hugh Wooden Law School, Damian has practiced in both private and corporate legal environments, advising on civil litigation, corporate governance, compliance, and regulatory matters. His work reflects attention to detail, ethical judgment, and accountability. Beyond the law, Damian has served as a physical education teacher, athletics administrator, and semi-professional athlete with the Barbados Defense Force sports program. These experiences reinforced his belief in teamwork, discipline, and youth empowerment as foundations of national development. A longtime supporter of the Democratic Labour Party, Damian brings steadiness, preparation, and a commitment to public life. He stands ready to serve with integrity, energy, and a clear sense of duty to community and country. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael West, Damian Fanas.
This is a shout out to the wonderful people of St. Michael West.
Oh, yeah. Damian Fanas. Aye. Damian Fanas. Experience in action, not talk, not bluffs. Law, youth, leadership.
DLP family! Oistins, Christchurch South, most importantly, St. Michael West, Fanas boat here! Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, I bring to you a message of hope, a message of change. Under the leadership of Ralph Thorne and his new DLP family standing behind me, we will make Barbados prosperous again. But most importantly, I want to remind you, the DLP supporter, of who you are. It was you that voted in a DLP administration that brought about independence. It was you that brought about free education. It was you that brought about school meals. It was you that brought about NIS. It was you that brought about free bus fares for your children. And it will be you again that saves Barbados from this tyranny. So when the BLP comes with their divisive rhetoric talking about Dems never again, remind them of your legacy. Remind them of who you are and all that you have done for this country. But also, St. Michael West, I promise to walk with you, sit down with you, commune with you, speak life into your children. Because we only have each other, and we can only succeed together. I will not represent only a quarter of the constituency. I will represent those that voted for me and those who did not. Because that is what we do as a DLP family. We represent all Barbadians, all people that walk the same earth as Barrow. We will represent you. Good night. And represent and come out and vote for Ralph Thorne and my DLP brethren.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in mode.
Our next candidate is Ryan Walters, representing the constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Senator Ryan Walters is a finance executive, opposition senator, and community advocate known for accessibility, competence, and service. A proud son of St. Michael Northwest, he brings practical experience and sound judgment to public life. Professionally, Ryan has worked in finance since 2002 with experience in accounting, audit, compliance, and business management. He currently serves as general manager of Restaurant Associates Barbados Limited, leading a workforce of nearly 250 employees. He holds an MBA in finance and applies this expertise to national economic issues. Within the Democratic Labour Party, Ryan has served as a vice president and delivered the party's 2022 budget reply. Appointed an opposition senator in 2024, he contributes meaningfully to legislative scrutiny and governance. Deeply connected to community life, Ryan is a former athlete, event promoter, husband, and father, giving him first-hand insight into the challenges facing Barbadian families. Measured and capable, Ryan Walters stands ready to serve with economic insight and steady leadership. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael Northwest, Ryan Walters.
My dear loving people, let Barbados hear you. My dear loving people, greetings from St. Michael Northwest. We have it locked in St. Michael Northwest. Word on the street is that St. Michael is ready. We are going to be giving lashes in the city. And the candidate for St. Michael Central is falling for Andrea Rural. My friends,
the Democratic Labour Party is well and alive. We are ready to take the reins of government once again in this country. Barbados is watching us. Barbados is watching us. Do not let nobody tell you otherwise. Barbados is waiting for Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party to take the reins of government on February 11th. Get your family together. Call your friends. Go out and vote on February 11th to bring back dignity to our people so that we can walk the streets in pride, knowing that we have a government that puts our people first. Our slogan, Barbados First, people first. On February 11th, vote Democratic Labour Party. Thank you.
Tell your sons and daughters we vote in Ryan Walters.
For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah.
Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters.
For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah.
Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters.
Ryan bringing purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Yes, it's purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Purpose and passion, so progress got to happen.
Our next candidate is Dawn Marie Armstrong from the constituency of St. Michael North. Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong is a sport and exercise psychologist, former national cricketer, and youth development advocate whose work bridges performance, education, and well-being. Educated at the University of West Indies and universities in the United Kingdom, Dr. Armstrong holds advanced qualifications in sport and exercise psychology. She is the first Caribbean national to be both British Psychological Society chartered and Health and Care Professions Council registered in her field. She has worked in high-performance environments, including elite football and cricket programs, and has taught at secondary and tertiary levels. She is the founder and principal psychologist of Afro Sport Psych, an initiative focused on culturally competent athletic support. A former teacher and consultant, Dr. Armstrong is deeply committed to youth development, resilience, and holistic growth. She stands ready to serve Barbados with evidence-based leadership, compassion, and a steady focus on well-being and opportunity. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael North, Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong.
Sit and moving, sit and moving, one day I'll pay. Sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, one day I'll pay. Sit and moving, sit and moving. Yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young them's rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Sit and moving, jump on the DLP. Sit and moving.
Good night, Oistins. Good night, Democratic Labour Party family. Good night, Democratic Labour Party family. It is so good to be here with you tonight. Another election cycle. And we bring a message from St. Michael North for the government, the good residents of Eden Lodge, and the good residents of Grisettes would like their title deeds to their homes. I repeat, the good residents of Eden Lodge and the good residents of Grisettes would like the title deeds to their homes. The homes that the Democratic Labour Party built. The homes that the Democratic Labour Party gave to ensure that working class families in this country had the opportunity to experience home ownership. And the Barbados Labour Party has been withholding these deeds, and we don't know why. We know that the issuing of the deeds started in 2016, and for some reason it has halted. But because the Democratic Labour Party has had the strongest housing record in this country, we can confirm that 60 million will not go missing under the next administration. The Democratic Labour Party will recommit to its housing commitments to the average Barbadian. I say tonight, and remember this, Barbados, popularity politics keeps you poor. The Barbados Labour Party wants you poor. The Barbados Labour Party wants you to dance and to jump and to drink and to vote them in, but we say that they are ready to leave office. Gone are the days of popularity politics in this country. We will restore democracy, and the Democratic Labour Party will take government after February 11th, and we will rise again. And I thank you, Oistins. Keep your eyes on St. Michael North. We are ready to turn it yellow again.
Our next candidate is James Paul. Our next candidate is James Paul, representing the constituency of St. Michael West Central. James Paul is a respected agricultural leader, former parliamentarian, and advocate for food security and sustainable development. He has served as Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Agricultural Society, where he became a strong national voice on protecting agricultural lands, strengthening local food production, and supporting farmers through practical, workable policy. James has consistently championed the need for resilience in agriculture, fair treatment for farmers, and strategic planning to ensure Barbados can feed itself in an uncertain global environment. His work has focused on bridging policy and practice, bringing the concerns of rural and agricultural communities directly into national conversations. James remains deeply committed to St. Michael West Central. Grounded, experienced, and solutions-focused, he brings leadership and a clear understanding of how agriculture, food security, and economic stability are inseparably linked to national progress. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael West Central, James Paul.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young them's rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats and moving, jump on the DLP. Seats and moving, yeah we push
Good next candidate.
I got it. I got it. Members of the Democratic Labour Party, Barbadians, this election is about truth, it's about honesty, and holding people to account. This election is not about show. This election is reviewing a government, and if it fails, it failed. One thing I say to you, I hope they don't think that people are not working. Because I'm saying to you, St. Michael West Central has received the poorest level of representation that I have seen for many years. We have gone through in St. Michael West Central in number of representatives. This one happens to be the worst. And you know what? He is also heading a ministry that is supposed to be important to this country, which is tourism. Let me just say to you this. Tourism right now needs to be made over because tourism is failing Barbados. Do not listen to the tourism numbers because that is how they are propping him up. It is not delivering the levels of foreign exchange that is needed in this country, and they know that. And I want to say to you, to every Barbadian, all I want you to do is to recognize the Barbados Labour Party has failed on many counts. The productive sectors and disarray. The tourism sector is not providing the level of foreign exchange. That is why they have to be borrowing. And we must stop making excuses for poor leadership when at the same time that instead of empowering our people to be the best that they can be, that every opportunity we get, we dumb them down. That is why, how can you explain that a government would prefer to spend $225 million on a foreign enterprise that develop when the same businesses locally they owe money to and they won't pay them? Understand what I'm saying to you? Ladies and gentlemen, on February 11th, vote Barbados Labour Party, vote Democratic Labour Party, but vote the Barbados Labour Party out of power because they have not done right by you. Understand? Vote them out. Thank you very much.
Our next candidate is Nathaniel Boyce, representing the constituency of St. Michael South. Nathaniel Boyce is an educator and community advocate with over 17 years of experience in teaching and youth development. Raised in St. Michael, his leadership is shaped by discipline, service, and lived experience. A trained graduate teacher, Nathaniel has served for over 16 years at Luther Thorne Memorial Primary School, where he is known for innovation, advocacy, and commitment to student well-being. An accomplished former athlete, he represented internationally on scholarship and brings resilience and teamwork to leadership. He has coached multiple sports and founded youth development initiatives, including an award-winning 4-H club. Nathaniel has also served as president of his school's PTA and as an executive member of the Barbados Union of Teachers, advocating for safer schools and better conditions. He stands ready to serve with steadiness, integrity, and a people-first approach to governance. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael South, Nathaniel Boyce.
Drums roll, bass load. St. Michael South, there we go. Boys, 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 boys. Yeah, Boyce is the right choice. People voice, make noise. St. Michael South, raise your voice. Is the right choice. What are we on? Flesh and bone. Nathaniel Boyce, the people's voice. People praying hard, suffering day to day. Kirk staying far, far, far away. Only certain roads, only certain friends, while the rest of we still can't make ends. Roofs rust down, pockets dry, bills pile up, cost too high.
A pleasant good night to all. A beautiful crowd. First, let me thank God for allowing us to be here tonight. I thank my family, friends, supporters. I bring greetings to you from St. Michael South. No, I don't know about you, but I've had enough. I've had enough of this government. We have a failing educational system. Crime. The hospital in shambles. We have actually 3 ministers now in health. We have the 2 there before, and then we had one recently. I don't know about you, but come 11th of February, I believe everyone here and those at home, they're going to come out and vote out this Barbados Labour Party. Are you going to vote him out? I can't hear you. Under the leadership of the Honorable Ralph Thorne, we are going to take this government once again. We are going to bring back freedom to the people of Barbados. Thank you.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, seats are moving, yellow is the code.
Our next candidate is Dr. Rolrick Hines, representing the parish of St. Thomas. Dr. Rolrick Hines is a medical doctor, educator, and community leader with deep roots and a strong commitment to the people of St. Thomas. Educated at the Lodge School and the University of the West Indies, he holds degrees in biology and chemistry, medicine, and a master's in public health. His career spans teaching at the Barbados Community College and secondary schools, service in the public sector, and medical practice at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, polyclinics, and as a family medical doctor. Dr. Hines has served as president of the Grantley Prescott Primary School PTA, deputy chairman of the Dighton Griffith School Board, and chairman of a Democratic Labour Party constituency branch. Actively involved in sports, culture, and community development, he is also the founder of St. Thomas on the Move, the parish's first 4-day morning band. Married with 5 children, Dr. Hines stands ready to serve, bringing experience, care, and people-focused leadership for St. Thomas and Barbados. Standing ready to serve from the parish of St. Thomas, Dr. Rolrick Hines.
Seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving.
Good night, Barbados. Good night to my DLP family. And good night to the people to the constituency of St. Thomas. I love this crowd, and I know you love us. We know why you're here. You're here to deliver this government to the Democratic Labour Party, to rescue this country from the debt trap that this current Barbados Labour Party has got us in. Okay? So I want to thank you for coming out here tonight, and I want you to go on 11th and support us. Give us your vote. I thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Charles Worrell, representing the constituency of St. James North. Charles Worrell is a Democratic Labour Party candidate and community advocate who has stood as the party's candidate for St. James North in national elections. He has actively campaigned in the constituency, engaging residents and promising social upgrades and programs tailored to local needs. In the 2022 general election, Charles Worrell represented the DLP in St. James North as his party's standard bearer and demonstrated grassroots support across the constituency. His campaign has emphasized a commitment to community development and addressing the everyday concerns of constituents, particularly through outreach and direct engagement. Worrell's political involvement reflects a dedication to public service and strengthening the voice of residents in St. James North through active participation and representation. His continued presence in local politics underscores a long-term commitment to advancing opportunities and well-being for the people of his constituency. Standing ready to serve, from the constituency of St. James North, Charles Worrell.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young thems rise up. We carry in below.
Wow. I look out on the sea of DLPs. My God, is this spelling victory anywhere? Is this saying that Barbados has reached a point where they need change? Is this saying that Mayor Motley has run as far as she can go? So would you agree that it is time for us? Would you agree it's time for us? Oh, that is weak. That is weak. Would you agree it's time for us? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tobias, brought up under the name of Charles, and there has been a little confusion from time to time. But there's no confusion in this fellow standing before you. His job is clear. His mandate is unchallenged. And yes, even though he has a minister coming against him, that minister is not familiar with the parish called St. James North. We call it a constituency. Barbados has a lot that we need to address. And we have to get out there. We have to share with you. It's not about kids learning the computer. It's about kids being able to write their names. It is about kids being able to spell their names. A computer and illiteracy don't go together. And so, people, we have a whole lot to do, but we need you. We need each and every one of you to ask one question to each and every one of our candidates. What can I do for you today? I have 2 hours. Can I give it to you? And we have to get involved so that Mayor Mortley will understand that money does not do this. Mayor Mortley must understand that she will not be allowed to buy you. And so, people, I expect when the elections are called that you will come out in your numbers and you will give a resounding victory to the only party worthy of it at this stage, and that is the DLP. Thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate, representing the constituency of St. Michael South Central, Richard Seeley. Richard Seeley is a civil engineer and experienced public servant whose career combines technical expertise and senior national leadership. He holds degrees in civil engineering and business administration, grounding his public service in analytical and strategic thinking. Before politics, Richard spent nearly 2 decades working on engineering projects across the Caribbean. Elected to Parliament in 2003, he later served as Minister of Tourism, leading initiatives to strengthen resilience, expand markets, and modernize the sector. His tenure included advancing the Tourism Industry Relief Fund, strengthening digital marketing, expanding diaspora engagement, and initiating Barbados' first tourism master plan. Richard has also served as president of the Young Democrats, vice president of the Democratic Labour Party, and deputy chairman of Cabinet's Economic Policy Committee. He stands ready to serve with maturity, institutional knowledge, and a steady commitment to national development. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of St. Michael South Central, Richard Seeley.
Well, all right. Okay, Daddy Lord. We voted for Richard. We can vote for Richard Seeley. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley putting you first. So we voting for Richard. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley putting you first. So we voting for Richard. Richard Seeley outside your window. Richard Seeley outside your door. Constituents praying for the MP. Vote she and I don't see she no more. Richard Seeley's still here for you. So I wanna know what you gonna do. Bring your family and bring your crew. It's time for a change, no it long overdue. Richard Seeley, we voted for you. Show them what else you can do. Show them that you is the truth. If people need help, now we want a little boost. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley putting you first. So we voting for Richard. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley putting you first. So we voting for Richard. Sri Lanka holla, a Flagstaff holla, Clapham and Britain's Hill holla. Can't save us cent or damn dollar. Column rock see it. Go to Seeley and go from there. House Road and Carter Village crew. Only one thing to do. Richard Seeley, we voted for you. Show them what else you can do. Show them that you is the truth. If people need help, now we want a little boost. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley putting you first.
Greetings, 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 yes. Greetings, Oistins. Greetings, Christchurch South. I well recall being on a platform like this in Oistins in 2008. I remember what happened. Well, I would say it is appropriate that we've had some rain Because in Christchurch and throughout Barbados and yes, in St. Michael's South Central, we are going to rinse them out. Thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP.
Our next candidate is Dale Rowe, representing the constituency of the City of Bridgetown. Dale Rowe is a financial advisor and community advocate committed to helping Barbadians build stability, confidence, and opportunity. Guided by empathy, discipline, and lived experience, he brings to public life a practical understanding of the financial pressures facing ordinary families. Raised without advantage, Dale understands what it means to work steadily towards progress and make the most of every opportunity earned. That perspective shapes his professional approach, focused on financial literacy, sound planning, and realistic solutions that help individuals and households move forward with confidence. A recipient of the Barbados Youth Service Valedictorian Award, Dale credits his formative experience with strengthening his leadership values, integrity, and sense of responsibility. Professionally, he has remained committed to using financial knowledge as a tool for empowerment, long-term security, and informed decision-making. Dale has also launched a nonprofit initiative aimed at supporting individuals seeking to improve their life trajectory and address everyday community challenges. His belief is simple: when people are given the right tools and guidance, they are better positioned to succeed. Approachable, thoughtful, and service-driven, Dale Rowe stands ready to serve with humility and purpose, focused on strengthening communities and putting Barbados first. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of the City of Bridgetown, Dale Rowe.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in mode. Young dems rise up. We carrying below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Seats and moving. Jump on the DLP.
Good night, Barbados. Good night, Oistins. Good night, Democratic Labour Party. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. The Barbados Labour Party failed to represent the people in Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party failed to represent the people in the city. And the Democratic Labour Party will rebuild the city and will rebuild Barbados. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. Read Ralphie. Good night, DMP.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate Representing the constituency of Christchurch East, Amoy Gilding Bourne. Amoy Gilding Bourne is an attorney at law, justice of the peace, registered farmer, and community advocate committed to justice, sustainability, and empowerment. Educated at the University of the West Indies and the Hugh Wooden Law School, Amoy also holds qualifications in philosophy and paralegal studies and is pursuing postgraduate studies in public law. She serves as the Democratic Labour Party spokesperson on agriculture and the green economy and is a strong voice on food security, environmental stewardship, and sustainable livelihoods. Amoy has contributed to youth and community development through scouting, sport administration, and women's advocacy as Vice President of the Democratic League of Women. A mother and a grandmother, she brings balance, empathy, and competence to public life and stands ready to serve Christchurch East and Barbados with integrity. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of Christchurch East, Amoy Gilding Bourne.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll pay. Seats are moving, seats are moving. Yellow is the code, determination in mode. Young guns rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats are moving, jump on the DLP. Seats are moving.
Oistins. Good night, DLP family. Good night, Christchurch East. I am here to do the work of the people. I hear Christchurch East has a deadbeat. I want moving. I come to move the bees. Come out in your numbers. Come out on February the 11th. Exercise your constitutional right to vote. Vote wisely. Vote for change. And vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One day I'll pay. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving.
Our next candidate is Quincy Jones, JP. Quincy Jones is an education advocate and cultural practitioner whose leadership reflects discipline, intellect, and community service. A former head boy and valedictorian, Quincy holds multiple academic qualifications spanning law, education, and public leadership. He has served in senior roles within the Democratic Labour Party and currently serves as its second vice president. Beyond politics, Quincy has contributed to cooperative governance, school boards, and youth development as founder of the Trident Charity. He is also an accomplished cultural practitioner and musician, reflecting a belief in culture as empowerment. Known for organization and clarity, Quincy brings steady leadership and broad experience to public life. He stands ready to serve with competence, commitment, and people-first values. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of Christchurch East Central, Quincy Jones.
This is our time. This is our home. We charge up, get up and vote. Put the X for Quincy Jones.
we beating we home drum.
Home drum.
Yeah.
Home drum.
Yeah.
Home drum.
Yeah. This is my time.
This is your time.
This is your time.
This is your time.
This is we time. No time to sit down at home and line. This is my time.
This is your time.
This is your time.
This is your time.
This is we time. So listen, my friends, and bear this in mind. They say the home beats the best, best, best. And Quincy Jones is the very best, best, best leader. They say the home beats the rest, rest, rest. And Quincy Jones is the true, true, true leader. Ooh, tell strong, be gone, be gone, be gone. We Johnson again, again, again. A new leader has come. Whoa. Your time done, done, done. Get up, get out, put your eggs for Quincy Jones. Christ Church is central, deserve leadership that listens, delivers, and acts. This is our home.
Democratic Labour Party, how you feeling? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Quincy Jones, the Democratic Labour Party's candidate for Christchurch East Central. So tonight, I stand before you and say, here I am, Lord. I am ready to serve. I stand with open hands. I stand with a faithful heart. I stand for you, and even you, and you, for our homes, our families, our communities. I stand for all of Barbados. Christchurch East Central, hear me. Your voice matters. Your dreams matters. Your children's future matters. And together, we can build the Democratic Labour Party. We have bridges of hope, roads of opportunity, and a community where every voice is heard. Stand with me on February 11th. Stand for justice. Stand for progress. Stand for democracy. And stand for Christchurch East Central. When the votes come in from Lodge Road to Newton, to Jorrance, to Regency Park, to Elizabeth Park, Sherton Park, Southview, Kingsland, Plum Grove, Vauxhall, Sargents, Edie Village, St. David's, Southridge, it's going to be Jones, 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 Jones. And tell the opponent that I am ready, because this is our time. And this time, when February 11th comes, we together, we will shine, we will serve, and Christchurch East Central will be back again from the ashes to the dust. Remember this name. I am Quincy Jones. And I will be your next representative for the Christchurch East Central. A blessed good night and welcome to the Democratic Labour Party.
Sit and moving, one day I'll go. Sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, one day I'll go. Sit and moving, sit and moving. Yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young them's rise up, we carry in the load.
Our next candidate representing the constituency of Christchurch West Central, Rashid Belgrave. Rashid Belgrave is an attorney at law, entrepreneur, and community leader whose life reflects resilience, responsibility, and principled decision-making. A devoted father of two, his leadership is grounded in family values, hard work, and accountability. After being called to the bar and training under respected senior attorneys, Rashid chose the demanding path of establishing his own legal practice, Belgrave Chambers, in Christchurch. This decision reflected a belief in self-reliance, entrepreneurship, and building lasting value through personal responsibility. His journey to the law was shaped by perseverance. After facing limited opportunities and prolonged unemployment, Rashid pursued legal studies abroad, qualified as a barrister, and returned home determined to serve his country. That experience informs a practical, results-oriented approach to public service. Beyond the courtroom, Rashid is deeply involved in sport and community life. A former youth national footballer, he currently serves as president of the Wotton Football Club, using sport as a platform for mentorship and positive youth development. Measured, grounded, and service-driven, Rashid Belgrave stands ready to serve with integrity and commitment, putting people and country first. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of Christchurch West Central, Rashid Belgrave.
Seats and moving, seats and moving, one DLP. Seats and moving, seats and moving, seats and moving, seats and moving, one DLP. Seats and moving, seats and moving. Yellow is the code, determination in mode. Young guns rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats and moving, jump on the DLP. Seats and moving, now we push the
Democratic Labour Party, give me some energy. Give me some energy. Because it is Dems, no, Dems again. Dems, no, Dems again. Dems, no, Dems again. It has been far too long. We have been in the wilderness for the past 7 years, people. This is no time to make any sport. It is time to take back our country. It is time to fulfill the dreams of our children. It is time to say the code is yellow. Yellow is the code. Yellow is the code. For too long, we have sat on the sidelines and watched our country deteriorate under this government. No more, because we are rolling with. And we put our faith in the candidates on this platform tonight. And we will move this country forward for you and for future generations. And don't forget, last election cycle, we had the war call as AWU. But this election cycle, we are yellow is the code. Thank you very much.
Seats are moving, one DLP. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving.
Our next candidate representing the constituency of Christchurch South, Corey Greenidge. Corey Greenidge is an attorney at law and public servant whose career reflects discipline, integrity, and commitment to democratic governance. Born and raised in Christchurch, he brings lived understanding and professional expertise to public life. After more than a decade in accounting and financial services, Corey transitioned to law, earning his LLB from the University of the West Indies, legal education certificate from the Hugh Wooden Law School, and a Master of Laws in Corporate and Commercial Law. He is currently pursuing postgraduate studies in energy policy and sustainable development. Professionally, he has advised on cross-border transactions, mergers, and corporate restructuring, requiring precision and regulatory understanding. From 2020 to 2025, Corey served on the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and as a CARICOM election observer, including as Chief of Mission in Curaçao. These roles strengthened his commitment to fairness and transparency. Corey Greenidge stands ready to serve with experience, integrity, and a principled approach to governance. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of Christchurch South, Corey Greenidge.
Yeah. Can I run, ban, 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 ban? Yeah. Huh. We're hearing Corey, Corey for the Christchurch South constituency. All we hearing is Corey, on the streets is Corey. Corey Greenidge is the man for we. What a breath of fresh air, his timing is just right. He must have been sent to address our country's plight. Corey speaks with compassion and never seeks to offend. Christchurch South is so thankful for this God said. We're hearing Corey, Corey for the Christchurch South constituency. All we hearing is Corey, on the street it's Corey. Corey Greenidge is the man for we. We hearing Corey, Corey for the Christchurch South constituency. All we hearing is Corey, on the street it's Corey. Corey Greenidge is the man for we. He is not an opportunist, just seeking to get ahead. Like certain people who walk around dressed in red, with confidence and flair. He has made
DLP, 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 DLP. Come on. Welcome to Christchurch South. You are in our house. And since you are here, I made the rules, right? And I have one rule tonight. Keep as much noise as you can. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! That's all the rules I got tonight. God bless you all.
One day I'll play Sits and moving, sits and moving. Yellow is the code, determination in mode. Young dems rise up, we carrying below. Future we have.
Our next candidate, or representative from Christchurch West, is Andrew Cave. Andrew Cave, born in Singapore and shaped by over 20 years as an insurance professional, Andrew brings a people-centered, solution-driven approach to leadership. His interest in politics began early, inspired by the shared nation-building legacy of Barbados's Errol Walton Barrow and Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew, whose principles of discipline, unity, and long-term vision continue to guide his thinking. Driven by a deep love for people and a commitment to service, he believes leadership is about helping communities grow from block to business, from idea to enterprise. This philosophy is reflected in the work of the Touch Foundation, Together or Unity Can Help Foundation, which focuses on youth development, digital inclusion for seniors, active aging, and empowering the differently abled. The foundation also advances economic opportunity through green initiatives using hydroponics and aquaponics, creating jobs, reducing crime, and building a sustainable local economy. His vision for Christchurch West is to become a model of unity, innovation, and shared prosperity. Standing ready to serve from the constituency of Christchurch West, Andrew Cave.
Christchurch West, stand up. It's time to envision, engage in power. Forward together, we're paving the way. United and brave, we're standing with faith.
Good night, good night. My Democratic Labour Party would have looked too sweet from here, man. Look at this yellow. It looked like the sunshine. Who tired seeing red? I tired seeing red. But look at this yellow. On 11th of February, some 36 years ago, Nelson Mandela was free. Some 36 years ago. And on the 11th of February, 2026, the people of Barbados will be free. Under the leadership of the Honorable Ralph Thorne. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Vote and vote.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in mode. Young them rise up. We carry in below. Future in we hands.
It's a highway to heaven. None can walk up there, but deep you're in heart. It's a highway to heaven. Walking up the King's Highway. Walking up the King's Highway. Walking up the King's Highway. Come on. Walking up the King's Highway. Well, listen, my way gets brighter, my load gets lighter, walking up the King's Highway. There is joy in knowing where I am going, walking up the King's Highway. Walking up the King's Highway. Come on. Oh yeah.
we move to the voices shaping the future. Barbados, you've seen the team. You've felt the movement. Now it's time to hear the vision. At this time, I invite, hailing from the constituency of Christchurch West, Andrew Cave.
Good night, my people. Good night, my Democratic Labour Party family. How we feeling out there? Ah, boy. Feeling like a wind coming on. I'm feeling the wind coming on. You know, when you look at the state of this country, and when I look and see the state of our society and our economy, I think it's quite fitting for me to begin with Ecclesiastes 3. To everything, there's a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. There's a time to weep, a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance. Listen, my Democratic Labour Party, it's time to put Barbados first. It's time to give back Barbados to the Barbadian people. Let me say this, I'd rather die standing for what is right in this country than to live on my knees begging bread. Unfortunately though, there are so many people across our country, Barbados, still living on their knees, begging bread. It hurts my heart to see that. You know, the success and wealth of Barbados should never be measured by the Prime Minister's ability to speak at the international stage. The success and wealth of Barbados should never be measured by its GDP or its national reserves or its artificial growth. The success and wealth of Barbados should always be measured by the quality of life of its people. When the children of Israel left Egypt, they were led by a Moses. The Democratic Labour Party has its Moses, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, to lead us to victory on February 11th. A man who leads with purpose and integrity. A man who is driven from the inside out. So it doesn't matter what Ralph drives, but what drives Ralph. Talk to me, somebody. Let's vote out this Barbados Labour Party. We have to vote out this Barbados Labour Party. You hear me? You hear me? Don't tell me so and then do something different on the 11th. We bring it home. As the shadow minister for Maritime Affairs, let us together acknowledge our fisher folk. Not only in Oistins, but all around Barbados. Give them a round of applause. Our fisher folk represent less than 1% of our population. But do you know that they provide fish for over 80% of our population? We need to acknowledge and give our fisher folk in Barbados praise and support that they deserve. Last year, September, it was brought to my attention that the compressor machine that makes ice for the fisher folk brought down. And they haven't resolved this situation up to now. As you know, the ice is the lifeline for the fishing industry in Barbados. As you know. And the fishermen, do you know that fishermen had to leave here, had to sail from Barbados to Grenada to get ice and bait? They tried to cover it down from you, don't you know that? They hide these things. It was also brought to my attention, ladies and gentlemen, that the plan to move the fishermen boats from Baikoni Harbor and put them down Spring Garden where there's no security at all. Our fisher folk deserves a seat at the table when these decisions are being made. It was also brought to my attention, I know you're saying, boy, people are always telling you saying, boy. But it was also brought to my attention that there are Mexicans and Chinese being hosts at Harrison Point. Do you know that? Well, let me say it was alleged. My question, though, is, are the sick, though, the sick that they're being housed there? I understand that they're working on a project in the north. So you're telling me that we can't find any suitable, skilled artisans to do the same job that they're doing in Barbados? In addition to that, I was made to understand that those same persons who's being housed at Harrison Point, they're burning stuff, digging holes and burning stuff, and it is affecting the residents in St. Lucie. My only hope is that the garbage don't get into the marine life along the coastline. That is my hope. And at this point, I must use the Russian proverb, Doviai no proviai. Trust, but verify. So I trust that none of these things are happening, but let me verify. Doviai no proviai. Seats are moving, young dames, let me hear you. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Allow me to drive the bus to Christchurch West before they privatize the public transportation. For the past 20 years, Christchurch West was plagued with neglect, where the current representative is MIA. I never say Mia, but he's missing out in action. I heard that they call him Dr. Doolittle because he does very little for the people in Christchurch West. I have walked the length and breadth of Christchurch West, ladies and gentlemen, and I have lived there for almost 50 years. And so when I tell you, or when some persons come and tell me, man, the pothole disease spreading all over Christchurch West, I know it's spreading in St. John too. The pothole disease spread all over Barbados. But I want somebody to tell Dr. Doolittle that he can at least fix the pothole that resides in front of his constituency office. As the next representative for Christchurch West, we will address situations regarding persons who live in housing for over 20 years and have not received their title deeds. We will start to address all the issues that are in Christchurch West. I can hear the music playing. So I know that my time is up. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many other initiatives that we in Christchurch West will implement. I am not promising you a bed of roses. I am not promising you a walk in the Garden of Eden. But I am saying to you to put your hands in mine and mine in yours. And let us explore possibility. I thank you so much. God bless.
There you have it from your next representative for Christchurch West, Andrew Cave. Without further ado, we have to keep it tight tonight. I'm proud to introduce to you our Young Democrats and your next representative for Christchurch West Central, Rashid Belgrave.
Hi, good night, Oistins. Good night, Christchurch South, Christchurch West Central, distinguished attendees, and all lovely people in yellow. Good night. How are you? We are back. We are ready. We have rebuilt. We have re-imaged, and we are ready to govern the affairs of this country. Are we? So my question to us tonight, and to the wider Barbados, are we in a better position than 7 years ago? Are we living to the standard that we're supposed to be living to? A couple years ago, Chafet had a 2 for 16. In 2026, is a 2 for 19. Pet bottle drinks have moved from $5 and $6 to $8 and $9. A tin of luncheon meat is $7 or $8. A pet bottle drink for $4 or $5. We do not have to argue that the cost of living has gone up. We can see it before our eyes. And as a father of 2 young children, I could tell you that nuggets have gone up, hot dogs have gone up, the breakfast things have gone up. So therefore, a single mother is not in a better position that she is now than she was 7 years ago. She is not. People, we have to understand that the cost of living has gone up. And we have people on this side that are capable and ready to deal with any issue that comes before you. We are ready to lead, and we have a formidable political entity right now. 7 years ago, in 2022, we did not see a crowd like this. Why? Because the Democratic Labour Party did not live up to what we wanted it to be. But in 2026 now, we are revitalized, are we? Things are getting tougher, but we are still surviving, are we? And I want you to know that when we get into power, and I want the people of Gore Hill to know, those of who live in the same area, but one road is paved, and the next road having a lot of potholes, pot wells, pot craters, and believe that this government is collecting taxes through the water authority, through the solid waste tax. We don't know where that money is going. They're collecting taxes at the pump, but still roads are looking bad. What we have to do tonight, people, we have to show Barbados that we have come together, and we are back together as one, and we are a dominant political party ready to participate in the history of this country. And what I want to say to young people, not just young people here tonight, young people across Barbados, if you are given any money for your vote, I want you to do some mathematics. You know, I ain't too bright. I got a master's and a law degree, but I ain't too bright at maths, so let us do some maths. If you get, this government calls the election every 4 years, correct? If they give you $100 for your vote, we divide that $100 by 4 years, correct? And you get $25 per year, right? That is a creative food without salad. Are you valued as a creative food? Will you let the government value to be $25? If you tell somebody you value $25, they will cuss, you know? But yet they give you $100. Divided by the 4 years you are valued at $25, that could buy the same breakfast things in the morning. No. So what the Democratic Labour Party is going to do for you, we are going to reduce the cost of living. Yes. We are going to rebuild these roads. Yes. We are going to inspire our young people to stop this treacherous and this brazen violence. Yes. There was an incident over my constituency
I don't want to call the youngster name, but it was a very sad incident where a young man was shot. We have to pick up ourselves, people. We say we need to take a multifaceted approach to crime, yes? And that doesn't mean plastering the road with police or soldiers. There's the youth liaison scheme. Instead of giving $300 to everybody, which add up to millions of dollars, put resources into the youth liaison scheme. Put resources into the parenting program at Barbados to help single mothers and fathers be able to comprehend with one another so that when the mother has the child and the father probably ain't paying the support, that she don't go off and buy the breakfast things, and the father get vexed and go off and buy breakfast things too. You spend more money than you're supposed to on the child. So you want programs that you can help parents to communicate and bring them together. Bring them together for a better future and for our families and for our children. Stop the violence and stop the crime. What we have to do, people, we have to be serious and put our foot on the lion's neck when it comes to crime. We have to stop dancing around the issue of crime. We don't produce guns in Barbados, so how are they getting into the country? It's only 166 square miles. It's only 2 ports of entry. We have to step up and step up big, not for ourselves, for the future generation. The amount of borrowing that this government has done, we'll be paying back those loans for years and years to come. So let us get on the job now, and let us take the government on the 11th of February and dominate and tear our people into the future and into the on and beyond. Thank you very much and have a good night. And remember, yellow is the. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Rashid. Next representative for the constituency of Christchurch West Central. Our next speaker, representative to be for the constituency of Christchurch East, Amoy Gilding Bourne.
Good night, good night. As my fellow comrade said, it is so lovely to see you. You look like a ray of sunshine, and all of your yellow. Now, our time is limited, so I get straight to the point. A lot of you have asked, why are you joining politics? Well, one, I have a passion for service. That's it. Two, the unmitigated goal of this Barbados Labour Party and the mismanagement of taxpayers' funds, the disrespect and the utter disdain for poor people is what made me join politics. I refuse to sit idly by and watch this Barbados Labour Party pillage and plunder my sweet Barbados. No. Not under my watch. Not under my watch. So on the 21st of January 2025, my colleagues and I took an oath. Took an oath to serve you, the people of Barbados. To serve you, the people of Christchurch East. That is my duty. And it is not a promise, because we know what promises are. Promises are comfort to a fool. That is my duty. That is my responsibility as a person that wants to go into public office. It is my understanding that I am here to serve you, the people of Barbados. No, I only want to ask you to do me a favor. Do not confuse me with the politicians that like to run up the Supreme Court steps to defend or to I thought we were going to say, but when it's a name, to run up the Supreme Court steps to do what? To do what? To testify against his colleague. I don't want to be that type of politician. That's a low life, man. That's a low life. I don't want y'all to confuse me with the type of politician that uses the slogan, people first. when we know he don't care about people or putting them first. And no matter how many bobcats he gonna sit down in SSA bobcats in town, that is still not the type of politician I want to be. And I do not want you to mix me up with the type of politician that has spent over $1 million traveling to Dubai with my 60 friends, putting my hands in the taxpayer's purse. That is not the type of politician I want to be. You understand? I don't want to be the type of politician that promises today and then tomorrow is a different story. I am not the type of politician, and I do not aspire to be the type of politician that can pay people to pull down opposition posters. That is not the type of politician I want to be. I am not a hide-and-seek politician. I ain't gonna hide from you, and you ain't gonna go seek me, because I am going to be in your face. You are going to be able to find me Christchurch East, and I am not going to come and make promises to you, because I don't make promises I can't keep, because I don't like people to do that to me. That is get me vexed. Don't come and tell me you're going to do something for me, and then I got to look for you, because it's going to be problems. So all of these promises, now we can ask the people in Pilgrim Road what promises was met. They tell them they're going to get natural gas, Pilgrim Road, Fairy Valley, Parish Land, and parts of Gibbons. We in 2026, and they still don't have natural gas. Ask the people in Fairy Valley what promises was made to them about public transportation. They were promised that their public transportation woes would be dealt with. We in 2026, and people still walking from the gas station in Pilgrim Road, quite down to Fairy Valley. You could get off the bus with groceries, an elderly person, a child on your hip, 2 on the ground, you still got to walk. Unless you got transportation of your own. Everybody does not have public transportation. And let me tell you something, Barbados. If we do not come out and vote out this Barbados Labour Party on February the 11th, we will never see another transport board bus up Fair Valley or St. Christopher ever again. Because they want to sell the transport board. You feel these people care about poor people? Mia scares. She don't care. Yes, I said that. Promises are comfort to a fool. Ask the people right here in Oistins. Ask the workers at Randall Phillips Polyclinic. I should know because I used to work there. Ask them. They said that was refurbishing that building this years now. The roof does still leak and heavy rainfall. The doctors and the nurses still asking for them to come to deal with the asbestos. Ask the fisher folk right here about promises made and promises broken. Because in true form, that is what the Barbados Labour Party does. That is their modus operandi, smokes and mirrors. They will carry you to a picnic and feed you, but they ain't care nothing about the health services. They will carry you to a picnic and drunken you, but they don't care nothing about the education. They will carry you to a picnic and let the children get up on the stage and curse and walk out and stink as ever, but can't get crime handled. That is not the type of politician I want to be. I carry myself with integrity. I am proud of the work I do because I work hard. At Christchurch East, I come to work for one of you know, one is who called me. The beekeeper is here and I am going to move those bees. Bajans are fed up. We fed up of the lack of accountability and transparency. We fed up of the lies and the deceit. Christchurch East is indeed fed up. I could tell you. When I go in the communities, that is one of the things that I hear repeatedly. Get rid of him. He must go. People want jobs. Now, mind you, all over Barbados, the roads want fixing. Let me just get that out the way. All over, are coming, right? All over. By Christchurch East and in our other constituencies too, we have other issues. The road's bad, yes. We still have elderly persons that need assistance, yes. We have unemployment, it's high. The youngsters want work. Don't mind the rhetoric that the Barbados Labour Party told youngsters don't want work. That's a lie. They want work. But if they will start employing the Venezuelans and the Colombians and the Chinese, the Bajans will get a chance. This election is not about us, candidates. This is about you, Barbados. It is about your interests. It is about your rights. It is about your money that they're taking and doing as they like with it, without any accountability or resolve. That has to stop. And quickly before I go, because I'm the spokesperson on agriculture and I don't have enough time to lick down where for one tonight. But you know my foot stay on his neck. Because when agriculture fails, food prices increase. When food prices increase, we can't feed our children. We can't feed ourselves. And you know what I say? A hungry man is an angry man. And on February the 11th, we are going to show the Barbados Labour Party just how hungry and angry we are. We are going to vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. Yes, Barbados. My name is Amoy Gildenborn, and I have come to do the work for the people in Christchurch East. And when I work hard. And when I work hard, you will be rewarded. I will not run from you like you know who. Taking pictures at every cat and dog fight is not my concern. I care about the people. I care about your future. I have children and grandchildren who will be repaying debt that this Barbados Labour Party has brought upon this country. But we will have more meetings, and I know from the vibe and from the energy and from the amount of people I see here tonight, these meetings will get better. So you don't worry, you will hear me again. Good night.
And that was Amoy, who will be bringing real representation to Christchurch East. Without further ado, we go ahead to present to you a member of the executive of the Young Democrats and your next representative for Christchurch East Central, Quincy Jones.
Good night, the people of Oistins, the constituencies of Christchurch South, Christchurch West, Christchurch East Central, and to all other Christchurch constituencies. Let me begin by acknowledging the elders of this community, the workers, the vendors, the fisher folk, the young people,
the party faithful, and those who may not wear any political colors at all, but who care deeply about the future of this constituency and this country, about ensuring that democracy is kept alive in their efforts. I stand before you this evening with humility and gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility, because Oistins is not just a meeting place. Oistins is history. Oistins is labor. Oistins is enterprise. Oistins is culture. And Oistins is Barbados. Oistins is where the Charter of Barbados was signed. The spirit and resilience of Barbadians can therefore be said to have originated here. And that Charter of Barbados was in Oistins in January the 17th, 1652. That charter outlined 23 articles addressing religion, addressing liberty, addressing free trade, taxation, and the authority of local assembly. And it considered significant landmark in democratic governance that later influenced the American Declaration of Independence. So we are here tonight, not by coincidence. We are here in the beautiful parish of Christchurch South, representing the people of Barbados. Let me now say directly that this is my first time offering myself for public office. And I do not apologize for that. I am quite excited to be part of the Democratic Labour Party. Because what some call inexperience, I call a fresh commitment. What some call newness, I call freedom from baggage. What some see as weakness, I see it as an opportunity to do better and to do things different. I would like to thank our leader for having our young people to represent us in this election of the Democratic Labour Party. For too long, politics in Barbados have operated as though representation is automatic, guaranteed, and deal with the integrity of some. But representation is not a privilege. It is a responsibility. And I'm offering myself to carry that responsibility with seriousness, discipline, and integrity. But let me share what I have learned and have heard constantly across Christchurch Central. I've heard about the cost of living, squeezing families to the breaking point. Am I correct? I've heard about the cost of living in terms of the roads and drainage that only get attention when the election is near. Am I correct? And by the way, even now Lodge Road deserves serious attention. It takes traffic from Highway 6 to 7, and that road have children who go to 5 schools in that area. That representative every year, every election says to these people, I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, and it will get done. Have it get done yet? No. I have heard about young people who are trained about underemployment and definitely unemployed and overqualified. They can't get a job. Am I correct? I've heard about small businesses struggling to survive under pressure. Am I correct? I've heard about community safety and fear creeping into places that once felt secure. Am I correct? These are not abstract issues. These are daily realities in Barbados. And they require more than talk. They require representation that works. And the Democratic Labour Party, with its slate of candidates, shows that they will work when February the 12th comes. We are ready to take over the government. Let me be clear about the kind of representation that's happening now in Christchurch Central. Representation does not begin and end in Parliament. Am I correct? Representation does not mean showing up once every 5 years. Am I correct? Representation does not mean excuses, silenceness, and absence. Am I correct? I know of a current MP, all he does is put noted in the WhatsApp chat. Am I correct? Correct. Representation is not popping up at churches. No election has been called. I'm playing the horn in a baby. Am I correct? Representation is not attending funerals only to be acknowledged for 5 minutes and then they disappear. Am I correct? Representation is not sending people to rip, tear, jab, stab all the posters. Am I correct? Representation is not telling youth to grow tilapians and even harvest almonds. Am I correct? Representation is not telling the people you don't work them because they're only working for the government. Am I correct? Representation is not closing your office doors every 7 years, 7 months. All of a sudden, open door policy can be implemented. Am I correct? Representation is not getting into your feelings when they give out awards for children in class 4 and the teachers. And when you get into your feelings, you may not transfer the principal up in the country. Am I correct? Representation is not calling for meets and greets, for church functions. And all that you do is empty promises. But when you get to the meet and greet, all you saw was empty chairs. Am I correct? Representation means presence like me. Representation means I am listening. Representation means I'm an advocate. Representation means I'm accountable. And we can be voting for what? Quincy Jones, February 11th. And I commit to you regular constituency clinics, open lines of communication, a constituency advisory structure, clear reporting back to the people, because this seat does not belong to any individual, not Quincy Jones, not whoever that body is, but it belongs to the people of Christchurch East Central. And I end tonight to say that the representation that will be coming shortly to Christchurch East Central will be what? Jones, 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 Jones again. Have a wonderful night and God bless.
Thank you, Quincy. Next representative for Christchurch East Central. And now we come to our hometown. We are in Oistins. And I invite the next representative for Christchurch South, Mr. Corey Greenidge.
Good night to the Democratic Labour Party. Good night to Christchurch South. We welcome you into Christchurch South tonight. And we're so happy to see so many yellow shirts, a sea of yellow tonight. Just kind of put your hands together for the Democratic Labour Party. You see, for the last 7 years, we've been under some pressure. We'd be under the pressure because they want to behave as if being in yellow is a bad thing. As if we are to be ashamed of the Democratic Labour Party. But the Democratic Labour Party has a rich history that is unmatched in any other political party in Barbados. And tonight we are proud to declare Code the Yellow here in Christchurch South. My heart is gladdened tonight because you see the other side likes a lot of fanfare. The other side likes to turn up, the walk up, the picnics, and the people of Barbados are bamboozled by the idea that all it is about parties and picnics. I have an opponent that can you believe that on Erebara Day, her advertisement to the young people was come down by the constituency office and get something to eat. As if the Barbadian people are hungry to the extent that you could just call people for a plate of food. They have turned us into a welfare state, yes. Instead of dealing with policies that shore up this nation so people can get jobs, so people can get a livelihood, so people can prosper. But tonight we are gathered in Oistins, and it is so significant because Oistins is a convergence of culture, a convergence of history, and a convergence of economics. Oistins is the exact symbol of what Barbados is all about, where you have hard-working people making a living for their families, where you have tourism turning up, where you have economics bustling in Oistins. But sometimes when you go under the surface, you see, a couple of weeks ago, I want to tell you a quick story. I met a lady. She invited me into her patio. And as soon as I got by the steps, she said, I am a Barbados Labour Party voter. She says, I'm just letting you know I am a Barbados Labour Party voter. And I said, well, that's great. Let's have a chat. And I sat with that old lady, and she explained to me that she was in Oistins Fish Market, plying her trade, scaling fish and selling fish for 64 years. And she's now sitting on her patio. And she told me, I asked her, so how are you doing? How are things? And she says, well, things are all right, but I can't access my pension. This is a woman that for 64 years worked and shaped a community. This is a woman that for 64 years worked and raised children and grandchildren. And because she's not a CEO in an office, or because she didn't have a cushy job, she is unable to access an old age non-contributory pension. This is what our country has come to. This is what is happening in Barbados, and yet the Barbados Labour Party has fetes and parties up in St. Lucie trying to convince people that they are actually doing something for the people of Barbados. My colleague Quincy Jones just talked about representation, and I want to promise you tonight that every single candidate that is sitting on this stage and here in your presence is about representing the people of Barbados. I don't want you to worry about the fanfare. Yeah, we like a good party. We see the noise tonight, but when the music stops, Barbadians have to feed their families. When the music stops, Barbadians have to put school clothes on their children's backs. When the music stops, we still have to go to the supermarket, pay our light bill, pay the water bills. When the music stops, I want to say to you that are here in front of me, to every Barbadian that's listening on the streaming network, I want to say to you that every candidate that is sitting behind me, from St. Lucie in the north, to St. Philip in the east, to St. Michael in the west, and in Christchurch where we stand, we are about representing the people of Barbados. That is the legacy of the Democratic Labour Party. I am telling you tonight, this motley-led administration cares nothing for the people. I'm not afraid to say, in 2018, she came up with a slogan, Mayor Cares. And hear all about Auntie Mayor this and Auntie Mayor that, as if she's we family. Well, if she's my family, God help us. This administration has systematically brought legislation on the floor of Parliament to systematically erode the rights of Barbadians. They brought a wiretapping bill that brought that bill to the floor of Parliament. And Guy Smiley got up on the floor of Parliament, the Attorney General of Barbados, and told the people of Barbados, no, you have to go to the courts to get a warrant. Now, I'm a bit of a nerd. There was some image consultant came and told me I need to change my glasses. I look too nerdy. I said, you don't worry. I don't mind being a nerd because I took that bill, you see. And I took my red pen and I went through that bill and I said, what? This can't be serious. With the Attorney General telling lies. So we went on DLP TV. We went on all of the talk shows. We went on Brass Tack. And we started to say to the people, the Attorney General is lying. That bill allows the police to wiretap normal Barbadians without going to court of law. The Home Affairs Minister got up on the floor of Parliament and echoed the same lie. You see, the thing about the 29 members of Parliament that just left office, they have no brains of their own. All they get to do is to stand up and echo Mayor Motley. And I am not guessing. That same wiretapping bill, I was at a function and a senior minister, a senior member of Parliament from the Barbados Labour Party was sitting down next to me. And he said to me, Mark, what were you doing bare foolishness? Stop confusing the place. Nothing wrong with the bill. I said, all right, no problem. Senior minister, sir, have you read the bill? He said, well, no. I said, well, I don't understand. Go and read the bill. 1:30 that same morning. I didn't even know how he got my number. But that member of Parliament called my phone. I tell you not a lie. And said, oh, shoot, Corey, boy, you're right. I just read the bill. You believe that 29 members of Parliament were sitting in the House of Assembly and not one of them read the bloody bill? 29 members of Parliament, and you have 12 government senators sitting in the Senate, and none of them read the bill. That is not representation. I am saying to you tonight that when you elect me as your next representative in Christchurch South, and you elect the members in St. Lucie and St. Michael and St. George, we are going to take time to represent you. We can't represent you if we don't read the bill. You got to read the bill. And let me tell you, the Honorable Prime Minister a week later had to go in front of the cameras and rescind that portion of the bill because they did not read the bill. She put her tails between her legs and she had to rescind that portion of the bill. I'm not going to keep you all here all night. Because the DLP, we are smart people, you see. We don't drink the Kool-Aid. So I don't have to keep you all here all night, but I'll give you one more example. The United Kingdom, European Union, the United States, they frowned upon citizenship by investment. They don't like it. Because the Stanfords of this world get to come into our small islands, bring their money, and bring all sorts of criminal activity, all sorts of people who can't travel to the United Kingdom and the US the way that we can. They come and get our passports and then travel all over the world doing all sorts of nefarious things. But we in Barbados, we've never had citizenship by investment. We enjoy one of the strongest passports in the English-speaking hemisphere. We know how we can get up and fly off to England and visit our family and visit our children that are studying. We know how to get up and drive flight to Miami and do some shopping when they gotta be bashful when it's good to Miami and shop. Because we can get visas without all the hassle. Citizenship by investment destroys the reputation of a country. And the Honorable Prime Minister has a way of talking about how we ruined the reputation of Barbados. But let me show you what the Prime Minister did. She put 3 bills before the House of Parliament. She put the immigration bill. No, sorry, let me get it in order. She put the free movement of nationals, CARICOM nationals bill. She put the immigration bill, and then she put a citizenship bill before the House of Parliament. I'll raise my hand and tell you she never put any bill marked citizenship by investment. Because you see, the Barbados Labour Party and Mayor Motley think they're smarter than anybody else. 3 bills she put before the House of Parliament. She put the free movement bill, the citizenship bill, and the immigration bill. Again, I put on my nerdy glasses and I go on to town on these bills, because what do? We read the bill. Tell somebody, the Democratic Labour Party candidates, we read the bill. And what I discovered is that the Mayor Motley, who is always talking about the reputation of Barbados, has stitched together citizenship by investment through these 3 bills, where people can come here and within 6 months, being here 2 years and only being here 6 months indefinitely, can get citizenship in Barbados. Then I discovered that within the immigration bill, now you have a point system where depending on how much money you have, you can get a passport in Barbados. I said, look what she going and do. Look what she going and do. Hiding the information, hiding the citizenship by investment in 3 bills. But what we do again? We go on DLP TV and we start to talk. We go on the talk shows and we go on again. We go on brass tacks. And you know where that bill is? That bill is now stuck in committee in Parliament. We are about representing your rights. I want to go to Miami. Tell somebody I want to go on shop. I want to be able to go and visit my son in England. And they're putting the reputation of the Barbados passport on the line because they want money, just money to be corrupt in this country. I'll tell you one more thing. I'm sure my time is that they can turn on the music on me just now, but I'll tell you one more thing. This Prime Minister in 2022 called an election in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. I was sitting on the Electoral and Boundaries Commission at that time as an opposition-appointed commission. The commission is made up of 3 appointees from the Prime Minister and 2 from the opposition leader. I raised hell in every single meeting how you could call an election when 6,000 people in quarantine cannot vote. How in this small Barbados of 166 square miles, you are going to tell people that you are disenfranchising them and they cannot vote. I made every suggestion under the sun. I said, let me get mobile polling stations. No, the law does not allow for that. I said, let's get a special polling day for the COVID-19 quarantiners where they can come out in full mask, and if you want hazmat suits, let's get it for them. No, that wasn't enough. And this Prime Minister, who wants to tell you that she cares about your rights and you as people, put 6,000+ people and disenfranchised them in voting in 2022. And the worst part about it is that it was only 3.5 years into her term. Why she call an election at that time? One would assume that if you care about the people, you care about this democracy, that you would have waited your turn, just govern the country. Why are you always in constant mode of election? But now, today, 2026, the Electoral and Boundaries Commission list is riddled with problems. Ask any one of these 30 candidates behind you. Every constituency that we go through, somebody tells us we are not on the list. I met a 70-year-old man that told me, listen, I was voting for 50 years in this country and my name is no longer on the list. My campaign manager here, he naming on the list. You naming on the list. And let me tell you something, this is not a Democratic Labour Party thing. This is not a Barbados Labour Party thing. This is a Barbadian citizens thing. We have a right to be on that list. And instead of this Prime Minister giving the Electoral and Boundaries Commission the stipulated time to correct the list and get it properly ready for an election that is due a year from now, she rang the bell after inviting that boy into her party. I'll leave that for Dale Rowe to deal with. And I say to you tonight, you can imagine that once again, calling an election early and planning to disenfranchise thousands of Barbadians from voting. I done. I leave in the stage now. DLP members, I am telling you, raise your voices and vote. Get out in your numbers. If you get to the polling station and your name is not on that list, call me. I will go to court. If you get there and your name is not on that list, we are going to raise hell in this country. DLP, have a blessed night.
Give it up again for Corey Greenwich for bringing the fire here tonight. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He's a former member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central, and he's proud to represent you again, Mr. Richard Seeley.
Okay, Daddy Lord. We voted for Richard. We can vote for Richard Seeley. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley put you first. So we voted for Richard. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Seeley put you first. So we voted for Richard.
Yes, the hour is spent, and I want to say how happy I am to be here with my 29 colleagues. I've done a few of these over the years, but I hope as you have listened to the speeches tonight, you can feel comfortable that this Democratic Labour Party is indeed an alternative government in waiting. I was once a part of a government, and I can tell you, we have the requisite skills on this platform, and I want to commend each and every single one of them to you tonight. I can't call all the names, but you had indeed a very eloquent expose just by listening to the 5 points of light that we have here in Christchurch. Our 5 candidates providing hope for the people of Barbados. You heard from Corey, you heard from Quincy, you heard from Amoy, you heard from Andrew, and you heard from Rashid. And you heard all of the skills, or many of the skills, that you would want to have in a government. And I think we need to feel good, we need to feel assured, because the truth is, not too long ago there was a meeting here in Oistins. It wasn't as big as this one. And don't worry, as large as this crowd is, we have a larger crowd online. I'm told it's 5,000 and growing. Up to 6,000 and growing. People, something is happening. Something is happening. The same tides that are washing the south coast of Barbados are about to wash a new government, draped in the colors of the flag as we are tonight, yellow and blue. We are about to correct the problems of Barbados. There is a story. Now, listen to me very carefully. One of the favorite authors of Ralph Thorne, Charles Dickens, had a story called A Tale of Two Cities. By the way, Mr. Ralph Thorne, the next Prime Minister of Barbados. If you don't feel like reading, the very first line in the book, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Trust me, when you hear about 6% unemployment, when you hear about economic growth, when you hear about people being empowered, the people who were up here in red a few days ago, the Tale of Two Cities, that's the shining city on the hill. they're not doing too bad at all, you know. I mean, let's face it. Corn in Egypt, they're doing very well. I have no doubt the unemployment rate for the people who attended that meeting in their red shirts is probably 6% or less. And they're working for good money too. What, consultants getting $8,000? And those are the people on remand for murder. I mean, on bail for murder. People in the peace program getting $8,000 a month. So they're doing quite well. But we, the Democratic Labour Party, we have to speak to the other side of Barbados, those that are marginalized, those that are not on the shiny city on the hill. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And we have to speak about those individuals who are gripped in fear because of a crime situation that this government has proved it is totally incompetent and incapable of dealing with. We have put together a crime commission. We have put together programs that will address our young men especially, but our youth in general, to alleviate the frustration that they feel, to lessen that sense of hopelessness such that we can deal with those issues of crime. And again, why don't have to go past what you heard tonight? And you just had a snapshot, you know. There's just the Christchurch team, you know. You ain't hear from the rest yet. And we got good skills. Just look at them. An education specialist, a financial advisor, a mother and a grandmother, a sports administrator, a criminal defense lawyer, a constitutional specialist who also does electoral matters. All of that skill set that we are bringing to the table because we are determined to see that even those who are marginalized can have an opportunity. There is a distinct difference between the two parties, and at this stage, if we don't want Barbados to end up in a handbasket heading to hell, we have to vote for the Democratic Labour Party. We do not accept that the problems relating to the affordability crisis in Barbados, it has gone past cost of living. It is nearly impossible to lead a normal life in Barbados now. It's not only the cost of food, the cost of services, the cost of clothing, footwear, everything. If you want to do what you need to do to pay your utilities, you still can't make ends meet. You got to leave out one and sometimes skip a month. That is the reality. And we believe that if the government had kept its promise of reducing VAT, which they said in 2018, you remember Vote for More Watchma? They said within 18 months, VAT would have moved from 17.5 down to 15%. They also never said anything about putting 40 cents on every liter of petrol as well. So they have contributed to this cost of living crisis by virtue of their policies. And we have to accept that they, by their policies, have made life far more difficult for the ordinary Barbadian. But we believe that with all that we are bringing to the table, that we can address these challenges. It has to do with identifying whose interests you serve. And this is a very fundamental point, and one that I feel very strongly about. Because if you look, for example, on the policies that were crafted directly at the tourism sector, you remember the Airbnb situation? Trying to tax them and regulate them out of existence? That is wrong, because that is one of the few opportunities that ordinary Barbadians can have to acquire a stake in the tourism sector. If you think about it, here in Oistins, of course, you have the #1 tourist attraction here in terms of the Oistin fish fry. And You understand the point I'm making about protecting ordinary people's interests. That's what we are about. That's what we have dedicated ourselves on. And that is why I want to entreat all of you to support the Democratic Labour Party on February 11th. I have really been moved by this team and what they have done and the level of preparation, the level of research, the determination that we must have this government in order to govern for the people. This is a wonderful sight. It is beautiful to see so many of you out here. And I want you to put your hands together as we welcome the leader, the political leader, and the next Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, and the next Member of Parliament for St. John, to this meeting. Take your time and come through the crowd. This.
Let me deal with this one time. All this mess, all these lines, all these lies. Who go confess? Rid of them. Fire. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? Ralphie. Clean up this mess. Money gone. Go confess. We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone need Ralphie. Clean up this mess. Money don't go. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Loans by loans, the whole thing stress. Money disappear, pure recklessness. Gemma saying gone, that is madness. Q8 still crying, full of badness. And Lucy waiting, nothing progress. 120 mil gone, that is a mess.
Good night, Barbados. My name is Josiah.
And I want you to vote for the future of Barbados, of the children.
And I want you to vote for the future and children of Barbados.
Young Josiah has said it all. And this is why we're here. This is not about us. This is not about us. This is about Josiah. And this is why, Josiah, thank you very much. This is why we are going to come out on the 11th of February and vote. Because we are parents, and we are children too. And as children, we loved our parents. And as parents, we love our children. And if the people of this country love their children, they will meet their responsibility on the 11th of February to come out and vote not for self, but for the children of this country. For the young Josiahs of this country. Good night. Good night to all of Barbados. Good night to Christchurch. And good night to Christchurch South. If it were about me, I would say something very special about Christchurch South. But all I will say to Christchurch South is that I express deepest gratitude that you have carried me on this journey. Christchurch South, I thank you. And Democratic Labour Party, these 29 ladies and gentlemen, we come, there's no despot. There is no despot. When the West Indies team was at its greatest, they were playing together. When this Democratic Labour Party was at its greatest, it was working together. And this Democratic Labour Party is now together again. It is now together again. There's no despot nor dictator. You have heard the speeches here tonight, even the short speeches. And there's no despot in this assembly. From St. Philip in the southeast to St. Lucie in the north, to the other end, my son, my brother, Dale Rowe. Dale Rowe, special man, I'm sorry. And Jamal Standiford, I'm talking about the babies. Mentored as they are by Richard Seeley and David Eswick. We reach into the recent past, and this party promises you a great future. A future of the Democratic Labour Party. A future that is bound up with the people of this country and the interests of the people of this country. And you've seen the Barbados Labour Party over the last 7 years of famine. And it has betrayed the people of this country. And in his third beatitude, in his Sermon on the Mount, Christ said, "Blessed are the meek,
for they shall inherit the earth. And the political endeavor in this country can never begin unless those of us who claim to be politicians will begin by speaking for the poor in this country. And that is what this Democratic Labour Party is about. There can be no political nor economic progress in this country unless the interests of the poor and the middle are looked after. Blessed are the meek. It is this Democratic Labour Party's intention that the meek shall inherit this Barbadian earth. And so, you heard the governor of the central bank yesterday. And I'm sorry. He will have to decide whether he is a politician or the governor. And I'm not here to make any personal attack on him nor anybody in the Barbados Labour Party. We are here to speak about the progress of this country. And if the report of the governor of the central bank is saying to the people of Barbados that there is prosperity in this country, he is insulting the poor people in this country. Too many people, it is an insult to come and tell the people of this country that this is a growing economy, growing for who? And that there's great wealth for who? This political endeavor, like all noble political endeavors, do not properly begin unless a political party commits itself to the welfare of the poor and the middle in this country. And that is the mandate of this Democratic Labour Party. That is the mandate of this renewed Democratic Labour Party. And you would have heard me say renewed, because there was someone on this sacred spot before I came here. And there was someone on this sacred spot before all 30 of us came here. And we never come to this point unless we acknowledge our forefathers, unless we acknowledge those who went before us. And I was listening to one of the speakers tonight. I think it was Brother Andrew Cave. And he spoke about the party that gave this country the pride and dignity of independence. And who are we to mount this platform and not to acknowledge the name of Errol Walton Barrow? It is a name that will feed a spirit. Does any of us here think of our lives unless we think of our mothers and fathers? Does any of us here think of our lives unless we think of our grandmothers and our grandfathers? Politics is much the same. It did not begin with us. And we come here with the acknowledgement that this began with Errol Walton Barrow. And there are some among us in this country, there are some among us in this country who are trying to convince us that we must disjoin ourselves from our forefather and to say that he is irrelevant. And before independence, I'm going to get to the substance of my speech shortly, but these things need to be said. Our young people need to know their history. Our young people need to know our purpose. Our young people need to know why we stand on this spot. Our young people need to know why we do this. We do this not for self, but again I say we do this for country. We do this for little Josiah, who came here tonight. And for the few minutes that he spoke, it was worth perhaps an hour in a good lesson to us. We are doing it for them. And one day, perhaps one day, young Josiah will look back and thank you and thank this Democratic Labour Party for coming here on this sacred ground and pledging and making a commitment to look after the future and the welfare of young Josiah and all the children of this country of Josiah's age. That is why we are here. That is why we are here. And over the last 7 years of famine, the Barbados Labour Party has betrayed this country. Blessed are the meek. Blessed are those of us who they describe as the meek, and we are the meek. For they and we who are the meek shall inherit this Barbadian earth. That is the pledge and the commitment of these 30 persons who you see sitting and standing before you. That there shall be no political nor economic justice until poor people in Barbados feel that they belong in this country. And we've had a government, by its many policies, that has demonstrated to you that your lives are irrelevant, that you must live on the margins of society, that there's no place for you except to congregate in crowds and dance and to be entertained. And that has not been our purpose tonight. This Democratic Labour Party is a serious party of substance. And those who bring dirty lyrics to children have no place on this sacred ground. This sacred ground called the Democratic Labour Party. This is the Democratic Labour Party at its very best. We bring a message, we bring substance to the people of Barbados. We don't bring vulgarity. We don't bring children out at night to abuse them with vulgarity and profanity. We bring our children, our little children, into our midst to make them a part of history, the history that is made here tonight of a Democratic Labour Party returning to a place of political preeminence in this country. And so tonight, let me pause and thank Chairman Dr. Wickham, Chairman Janine Butcher, and the other Master of Ceremonies, Sue. All beautiful people, all beautiful human beings, and this is a place of beautiful people. The people of the Democratic Labour Party, the people of this country who love freedom and democracy and justice. This is a congregation of those who love freedom, but recognize that over the last 7 years of famine, we have lost our freedom. Tonight, we come here to reclaim it. Tonight, we come here to send a message to Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party that we come to reclaim our freedom tonight. And so in reclaiming our freedom, my mission tonight is a simple mission, but it runs deep. We have come to articulate a few policies for the future of this country. Now, we have walked around and we have canvassed. We have canvassed houses and we've gone into rum shops, hairdressing salon even. And we have listened to the people of this country. And having listened to the people of this country, we have gone to our experts. And we have become something of mediators between the people and the experts, the economists and the sociologists and the historians and the political scientists. But no voice has been greater than the voice, the collective voice of the people of this country. The people of this country who have endured hardship over the last 7 years. And again, I send a message to the governor. Governor, the middle and the poor in this country are enduring hardship. And I say we, the Democratic Labour Party's voice, is the representative voice of those who endure hardship in this country, and that's why we are here tonight. We are here to send a message. Governor,
never come to the people of this country in January of 2026 and tell them that they're living in an economy that is prosperous. It is an insult to the intelligence of the people of this country. Josiah it is an insult to you. And that is the difference between macro and micro. There's something called macro in which you look at the larger picture. And that larger picture obscures the hardship that is behind that larger picture. And they tell you about debt to GDP ratio. And you go to the supermarket, the cashier ever asks you for debt to GDP ratio? And all these fancy terms and the borrowing of millions of dollars that have not reached the poor and the middle in this country. Where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money? Governor, where are the loans? But let us come to you and tell you what our policies are. And there are two major problems that this country faces. You've told us this. We haven't invented it. And all across Barbados we hear crime and cost of living. And cost of living and crime. And we feel that as a party, we must offer solutions to the people of Barbados, to the people who congregate in places like this and tell us that you're going to vote for us. And we feel that it is our duty to exchange with you and to say to you what shall be our policies based on a mediated discussion between you and our economists. And I want to tell you about cost of living. I want to tell you about it. And one of the contributors to cost of living is taxation. That's a fact. But I want to caution you that taxation or the paying of taxes is an obligation. Nobody in this country ought to resist the payment of taxes because it is taxes that drive and support the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the schools, the transport board, the subsidized housing that this government has failed to give to the people of this country, the welfare department. I'm getting calls from as far away as St. Andrew asking for increased welfare payments. And your government has given one man $500,000 per year for the last 2 years and no audit is done. And that is where the government is putting your taxes. But yet, we accept the obligation to pay taxes. It is an obligation because we as Barbadians, from the poorest to the richest, recognize that we all have an obligation to pay taxes. And we must not and will not resist it. But an obligation is one thing. But when taxation becomes a burden on one class of people, that is when you must relieve it. Because if the rich people in this country, and we have nothing against the rich, because this is a party of a philosophy called social democracy, in which the private sector and the government live harmoniously, and they're both involved in the economy. The rich will be rich, but good government will not be fair unless it looks after the interests of the poor and the middle. And it is not this government's intention ever to destroy the rich, but it will always be this government's intention to protect the poor and the middle. That is our business. And that is the business of the Democratic Labour Party. And we are serious when we say it. And every policy that emerges from this platform will be a policy aimed not only to ensure that the rich survive, but to insist that the poor and the middle can thrive in this country. There will be no peace and justice and democracy in this country unless all human beings of all shades and religions can live in harmony. And so I say again, we all accept the obligation to pay taxes. But I say to the Barbados Labour Party government that the poor and the middle want an ease from the burden of taxation. Again, remember this. We accept the obligation to pay our taxes. But government, ease the burden. Ease the burden. And one of the first policies of a new Democratic Labour Party government will be that of reducing VAT. I have a letter to Governor again. Governor, dear Governor, we are writing a letter to him tonight in response to the letter that he wrote to the rich yesterday in telling the rich that Barbados is prosperous. Oistins, is Barbados prosperous for you tonight? Barbados, Oistins, are your lives of prosperity tonight? Are you feeling the pain, Oistins? Are you feeling the pain, Barbados? Let us write a letter to the governor. Dear Governor, the people of this country are enduring hardship. And if you come to us and tell us that it is bad policy to reduce VAT and to ease the burden of VAT, Governor, we reply to you tonight, dear Governor, and we say to you that we in the Democratic Labour Party resist your argument, and we in the first budget presented by this great Democratic Labour Party in its future will reduce VAT and take it back to 15%. Dear Governor, because it seems that the Prime Minister is silent on this matter. And all the Prime Minister told you a few days ago is that she is going to bring measures to promote social and economic resilience. I'm going to repeat it. In response to the cries of this people to ease, in response to the cries of the people of Barbados to ease the burden of VAT, your dear Prime Minister said, and I quote, there will be policies to promote social and economic resilience. Now, if I brought young Josiah up here and asked him what that meant, and if I asked Josiah's mother or grandmother what that meant, nobody knows. But that is the language of a Prime Minister. The language of a Prime Minister that is always uttered to confuse people and to distort reality. We are not here about confusion. We speak in plain language. And we say to you that in this Democratic Labour Party's first budget, we will reduce VAT and it will go back to the 15%. And we recognize that even the payment of that 15%, although it may present a burden, it becomes a part of our collective obligation to ensure that the Transport Board will run again. It becomes a part of our obligation to ensure that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital will work again. It becomes a part of our obligation to ensure that the schools in this country will become schools once again. It becomes a part of our obligation to ensure that cheap and subsidized housing will return to the people of this country. I heard one of the members here speak tonight of the housing that was done by this great Democratic Labour Party as long ago as the 1960s, and this Democratic Labour Party will embark on an ambitious housing program because it is overcrowding. And I'm sorry to bring these things, perhaps indignities, into public spaces. But a large social problem in this country is the problem of overcrowding in houses. That is a part of a social problem. And how can we live in a country? How can we live in a country and see children growing in an environment which is not ideal. And that is why I began with the third of the Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek. Let them please. Let them inherit dignified earth. And so the taxes that we collect will be used to embark on an ambitious housing program to rebuild and renew many of the housing estates that have outlived their usefulness. We know it is sometimes a burden, but we ask you, Barbados, please with us to accept the obligation. And we will not abandon our brothers and sisters. We will not abandon our children who live in circumstances that are not ideal. Such is love. Such is love of people and such is love of a country, and you cannot say you love your country unless you love your people. And like Christ, you cannot say you love your people unless you love those who suffer the greatest disadvantage. And this is why this Democratic Labour Party is here tonight. To ensure that those who are poor and those in the middle can live lives of dignity. It is not, as I say, that we are here to disturb the lives of those who are wealthy, but we must bring comfort to those who are poor and in the middle and are slipping back into poverty. The majority of people in this country are enduring hardship. And we get a letter from a governor, and we get an experience from a government which is telling poor people in this country that all is well. If all were well in this country, this crowd would not be here tonight. We have come here, this crowd has come here, this crowd has come here to remind the government that the government has failed us. That is why you are here tonight. This is no occasion of festivity. We didn't bring any entertainer from wherever they come from, Jamaica. We came in political communion. We came to speak of our hardship. That is why we're here. And you came to hear the promise. And not only a promise, but you came to hear the commitment that these 29 plus me will make to you, the people of Barbados. And I say to you that if the sacrifice is made, that the Treasury must make the sacrifice on those high VAT payments, and a trip to the supermarket may be a happier trip. A trip to the gas station may be a happier trip. A trip to the utility counter where you pay your utility bills may be a happy trip. It may be, and it will be, and it can be. But here you have a government in 2026 which tells you they can do nothing to help you. Can you do anything to help them on February 11th? No, you cannot. They told you yesterday that they can do nothing for you. They told you yesterday that they will do nothing for you. And yet I'm hearing some of their sycophants walking around telling people that they're not to vote. We're hearing that. Telling people that they're not to vote. Well, we have come here tonight. They deny some of you from voting, you know. Some of you, they took off the list and they know why. They know why. But you came here tonight as part of the message that you intend to vote. Thank you. That you intend to vote on the 11th of February. On the 11th of February, are you going to vote? And who are you going to vote for? We've heard a lot about the sewage tax. Let's talk policy tonight. Let's talk policy. Let us come to you with how a government should work. And let us come and tell you how a government should work, not only for the rich, but also for the poor and the middle. And give me 2 minutes more of your time to tell you that your government, that they believe the people in Barbados love them so much. Your government passed a law last year for the sake of people who own villas, 8 and 9-story villas, and increase the concessions to them. And you know what is a concession? A concession is a forgiveness on the payment of tax. In other words, when a government gives a concession to a person, it is saying, I know that we can collect this tax from you, but we forgive you. And this government has spent the last 7 years of famine forgiving the rich in their obligation to pay taxes. And when it comes to those in the poor in the middle, it has become a burden. And this Democratic Labour Party tonight is here to ease the burden. And you have told us in large numbers, that you feel burdened, by the sewage tax. And while we acknowledge the obligation to pay tax, we're not here to fool anybody. A government must collect taxes. And a government must collect enough taxes to finance the social services. And if we came here to lie to you, we would come here and give expansive stories about the abolition of this tax and that tax. That is not our way. Our slogan has been that we are honest voices for the people. And we will remain honest voices for the people. And those of you who have complained about the sewage tax, we have listened. And we propose to cut that sewage tax by half. That is what we can do. That is what we can do. We recognize your obligation, but we want to ease the burden. And that is an example of the way in which this government intends to ease the burden. Meet your obligation, Barbados. Do not resist the obligation to pay taxes, but make that constant appeal to your government to ease the burden. And the other night I referred to Airbnb as a matter of contrast with the villa people. And I'm not here to attack anyone. And I'm not here to move you to rebellion. But it is a fact of this government's political and economic and legislative life that late last year they came and told the rich people in this country that they will receive large concessions on villas. And poor people are living in overcrowded conditions and can't get an extension to their house done by taxes. And so they ease the concessions, and you need to know these things. While I'm delivering these proposals, I want to deliver to you the larger context and show you that you have unjust government, and show you that you have unfit government, and show you that you have a government that has betrayed your interests, and show you that you have a government that you must rid this country of on February the 11th. They must not survive February the 11th. And while they were easing villa owners of the obligation to pay taxes, they turned to people with Airbnb. I said this the other night, and I'm going to say it again, Barbados and Oistins, because I want you to understand it and remember it. Never forget that sometime last year, this government came to people who have converted their houses into Airbnb. And the Airbnb industry is not an industry of the rich. The Airbnb industry is an industry of people like us. I drive through Bayland and I saw an Airbnb down there. You ever saw a multimillionaire living in the Bayland? And there are several Barbadians, not only in working class districts, but in middle class districts, who are converting their houses into Airbnb because everybody wants a US dollar too, you know. And everybody wants a pound sterling. Everybody wants some security, some financial security. And your government, governor, told the people who own Airbnb that they must pay taxation on all kinds of things. And they must set up a desk at the front and put up signs. And if you don't do this, you can be penalized, perhaps prosecuted. Prosecuted, because whenever this government thinks of poor people in this country, they think only of prosecution Look at the tint legislation. Corey Greenwich came here tonight and spoke about the other legislation, the wiretapping. Every relationship that this government establishes with the poor and the middle in this country concerns itself with penalties, with punishment, with prosecution. That is the kind of government you have, and I don't say that because I can. I say that based on the evidence. The evidence is mounting against this government. And Oistins and Barbados. That is why February 11th is so important. And that is why the government has its sycophants out there on social media telling people not to vote. And I said in St. Philip North last night that that is a wicked message being sent to the people of Barbados. The people of Barbados who understand that the provision of healthcare, education, housing, transport, and welfare payments are based on political decisions. They don't fall out of the sky. And depending on the quality and the kind of government you have, those services are affected. And Barbados, if you find that those services do not receive adequate and proper delivery during this last 7 years of famine, it is your duty on behalf of young Josiah to get rid of this government. The point I make is that no citizen in this country, unless you live in the depths of Harrison's Cave and never come out, no citizen in this country lives a life separate and apart from political decisions. And this government has made political decisions that are not in your interests. And they're on social media telling people don't vote because they want to protect the government, because they know that over the last 2 elections, the majority of the people in this country were silent. And the majority of people stayed at home. This is no popular government. The majority of people stayed at home for one reason or another. But that was the past. We are looking out for Josiah tonight. We are going forward. We are looking to a future. And we are looking to a future with the Democratic Labour Party that will look after the interests of the poor and the middle class in this country. Permit me to come to another proposal. Permit me to come to another proposal. Is there anyone in this audience over the age of 65? Is there anyone in this audience over the age of 67? Over the age of 67, the government has, and you're beautiful too, ma'am, very. 75, Dolores, well, your government in your retirement has been taxing your pension. We have people in this country. I spoke to, and I hope she gives me permission to call her name. Give me 2 more minutes, Chairman. Miss Savory. Miss Savory from St. John, Sargent Street. I sat with her, and she was shelling peas. Such gentle people. And she told me, Mr. Thorne, if I had to live my life all over again, I would do the same thing. And you know what that lady did? She told me she headed cane at several plantations in St. John. And one of the most gentle moments I had in this entire political campaign was sitting on her veranda with Mrs. Savory. And she was doing something called shelling peas. Now, y'all young people don't know what is shelling peas. And perhaps you don't know that one of the gentlest moments in family life was when we all sat at the dining room table and we used to shell peas, and it was so peaceful. And not only were we shelling peas, but we were talking. We were talking. And we were talking peace. And we were talking love. And we were talking about the future of our children. And that was contained in the act of shelling peas. And Mrs. Savory said, that she would live her life all over again in her 70s. And she receives, maybe she does a pension. After years of labor, after years of being heavy laden with the canes on her head, she sits as a pensioner. And if she receives a pension, should the government really be taxing that pension? Should the government be taxing that pension, Oistins? Barbados, should the government be taxing that pension? Or must Miss Savory be allowed to sit on her veranda and shell her peas and say, thank God for the Democratic Labour Party that will come along, and remove taxes from the pensions of people who have served in this country. All those who labor and are heavy of burden, all those who labor and heavy with burden, this Democratic Labour Party will give you rest. And so I repeat the proposal. The proposal is that of removing taxes from people's pensions. Long live, long live, long live Miss Avery. Long live our mothers and fathers, long live our grandmothers and grandfathers. Long live this Democratic Labour Party that is looking out for the interests of the pensioners in this country. And apart from abolishing taxes on pensions, one of the complaints we've heard, all of us, all 30 of us, all 30, right? All 30 of us knock on the doors and the people are telling us that the pensions are not adequate, you know. They're not. They're not. And those people who change our diapers and sometimes went hungry so that we could be fed. Yeah? Those people who changed our diapers and went hungry so that we could be fed. Those people who cried tears when they closed the door behind us and we walked to school with full bellies and they were hungry because they knew what was the duty of a parent, that the interest of the child comes first, and they become old men and old women and they must live on a modest pension for the rest of their lives. And it is this Democratic Labour Party's proposal here tonight that salary increases for those of us who work will be met with increases in pensions for those beautiful people called the elderly in this country. But we are at Rice's on Saturday. We are at Rice's on Saturday in St. Philip. And I don't want to steal Dr. Estwick's thunder. David, my brother. Don't want to steal David's thunder. But come and hear David talk about the economy on Saturday night. David, you can do it bad up there. Come and hear David on the economy on Saturday, so I'm not going to spoil David's party. And then Tuesday we go to Gall Hill in St. John. Is St. John the most beautiful parish in Barbados or what? Ryan Walters doesn't think so. Is St. John the most beautiful parish in Barbados or what? The young people tell me to use the word massive. That's the St. John massive. Welcome. And so we do not want to burden you with too many of the proposals tonight, so those are the main ones that are a part of the vision of this Democratic Labour Party. And there are people in this country affected by crime. And Verla presented comprehensive proposals. Verla de Pisa, an excellent speech on Sunday night, was it? One of the best speeches we have heard in that Independence Square for many years. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful because it was of substance and content. And we will continue to present proposals to resolve. No government will ever erase crime from the landscape of this country. But it can be controlled. It can be controlled. It can be controlled when we agree, Barbados, that we must return to our communities and that we must not return to our individual houses, but that we must return to live good lives. To live good lives. And living a good life. A separate life is not a good life. An individual life is not a good life. And you know, that is why a lot of rich people like to come and hang out with y'all, you know. They see love. They see the exchange. They see how people live. And that is our lives, that is our experience, that is our history. We were pushed into communities together. And in those communities, we learned to live with love. And it is the poor in this country who have set the example for lives of love. And that is what we want our communities to be again. And I say that in the past, people started clubs. And it is a difficult thing to do now because people are afraid of crime. But one of the ways, one of the proposals of this great Democratic Labour Party will be to institute local government so that the people who live in the communities will run their own communities. So that street lighting and road repair and the bus service and the garbage collection service, that you will not be dependent on any politician on Bay Street. It will be in your hands. These are matters that will be in the hands of the local people. And an outgrowth of that will be great community activity. That is where it will begin. It will begin when you give people the responsibility for running their own lives in their local communities. That is where it will begin. And that is what this Democratic Labour Party pledges to do, not for, but with the people of Barbados. And I want to say this. I want to say this. When you talk about crime, I'm coming out here. When you talk about crime, you're talking about the police. And there's mounting evidence that the police in this country have been disrespected by this government. And the police service must be restructured. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. No police officer must serve in the service without promotion. And no police officer must serve in the service without adequate pay. And the nurses and the teachers and the prison officers complain and say that we're not looking after them. But I come in when I'm dealing with crime. I'm dealing with the right of the police service to be treated with dignity in this country. And every police officer in a fair system will expect to be promoted and will expect to receive proper pay. But they put in the music on me. This is a democracy. I'm not a despot. And if the chairman tells me to come home, if the chairman tells me come home, who am I? Just as I am, without one plea, but that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou bidst me come to thee, O Lamb of God, I come to thee. Thank you, good night, and God bless you.
Strong.